bit of fluffage I saw just on lift off. A little bit of moisture in the air. No? Ah, right. Yeah, but Air Canada. Oh, say it there. Bit rusty. Hey folks, how you doing? You all right? Double crossover. Now I can see full runway length. Etihad was sitting there for an age, wasn't it? Both of those just coming off to T4. Nice. Nice. Tell you what, I know we've seen it before, but we don't often see that, do we? It's normally the Dreamliner or the 777, isn't it? Or did I say that the other day and we've seen it about 5 times? I don't know what. Well, it's 09, right. So just before I couldn't catch it, but 777 with gear down for about 2 minutes, which is either one of a couple of things that we've talked about before on the show. Hot brake scenario. Undercarriage bay warning system in op, possibly. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, or the wheel is continuing to spin because the brakes are in op on that particular assembly. Talked about it. Oh, don't they? Okay, 777 then. Yeah. I'm thinking of. Sorry, Egypt Air. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Thank you. Ross Watts, good afternoon. Roy Clayton, does anyone know why one Air 747 based at Heathrow flew Heathrow to Châteauroux this morning and then 1 hour later to Cardiff when it landed 1 hour ago? Well, I guess, Roy, that's because she's on all sorts of missions, delivering or picking up, maybe maintenance as well, possibly. Châteauroux, wasn't Châteauroux where a lot of these aircraft were stored during the crisis? But yeah, interesting. Maybe a short amount. Flew London Heathrow Châteauroux this morning, then 1 hour later to Cardiff. Well, that sounds like maintenance to me. She would not be going to Châteauroux for anything up. Oh, where would we go? Here we go. Yeah, there she is. Got young Wilson here this morning. Who are you? This morning? This evening? This afternoon? Who I just met down at the van. Got a picture of him, a little bit shy, which is understandable. I'm quite a frightening sort of like, got a frightening look about me. But no. So anyway, QH 777 more often than their 330 then in that case. Would I be right in saying? I think this is WestJet. as the day goes on, I predict we might get a little bit of artistic floofage from these jets. Look at this. And also, as the day goes on and the sun gets lower in the sky, the backdrops on these jets is going to be something amazing. We're all going and doing artwork classes this afternoon. And it almost looks like hot cloud sort of thing. So, yes, it's certainly an issue that with both the 737 MAX and now the A320 Neo and 21 Neos that are powered by Pratt & Whitney engines. And my goodness me, are British Airways happy? Expecting a little bit of precip around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So with that, we might get some cloud busting shots. If the got very high tops on those clouds, very high tops. See those clouds beyond it? That's got to be 10,000 to the top of that, hasn't it? But some lower cloud below it. So we'll follow jets out. Guitar Hero. Whatever happened to Leon Trotsky? Oh, from Guitar Hero, watching that. Anyway, whatever. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're well. How's your Wednesday going? It's all downhill from here, isn't it? Really, a lot of people out in the east already tucking down to their evenings, whatever they're doing. Rohit. Oh, how dare I have a question for you. Why did they stop painting the nose cones of the planes black? Oh yeah, good question that, Rohit. I think it's something to do with the paint being a protective screen for the radar, the weather radar that's mounted on the bulkhead, the forward bulkhead below the flight deck. I think it was something to do with that to protect it from overheating, possibly from UV rays more than anything. Not so much overheating, but UV rays. But also what's interesting is that in front of the, on the nose of the jet, when you lift that or hinge back that radome, as it's commonly known, there's also the ILS antennae in there. Not on all jets, but on some jets. Got 2 380s coming out, folks. But also, there's another antennae in there. But anyway, hope that answers your questions, Rohit. Steve Batty. I'm sure Heathrow's 27 runways used to be 28. Did they rotate runway Heathrow by 1 degree? Steve, I guess they did. Didn't they do that at Chicago or well, they've done it on quite a few airfields, haven't they? Because of the change in the magnetic compass heading of the Earth or something. This is nice. E195 E2, I think. Is it 175 E2? 175 E2. Oh, interesting. So yeah, the whole thing with the MAX issue in terms of their engine issues with the LEAP engine, leading edge aviation propulsion, that's the replacement for the CFM56 engine, Obviously causing a lot of concern for Boeing right now, and also the operators as well, because there's obviously, you know, passengers' safety is the #1 concern, and Boeing will have learnt their lesson now, wouldn't they? Let's be sure about it. So they will, they won't hesitate to do what they have to do in terms of, you know, making flying safe on those Maxes. But it's not a quick fix. I think it's something to do with the leading edge de-icing system or anti-ice system, which stops the engines, stops ice from getting into the engines or being ingested by the engines. Although, well, actually, and that is what it does. But obviously, the problem that they're having at the moment is that the system itself is prone to overheating, and therefore, as a result of that, they can only run it for 1 hour at a time. And like I said the other day, when you consider that at cruising altitude, anything from -50 up to a -80, maybe even beyond that, you think it's warm down here, but it's blooming freezing up there. So you are going to have, it's something that I hope they deal with quickly. Obviously, they've got their best people on it, and of course now you've got this whole new thing. Well, it's not new; it's been out a couple of days, but the Pratt & Whitney engine that powers a lot of A320s and also the new Embraers as well. All those Pratt & Whitney PW19, they're finding microscopic elements inside the I'd imagine that it's not on the looms or anything like that. It's more a case of like actually being in the metal itself, in the alloy itself. So potentially something that reduces its strength capabilities, I'm thinking. Heathrow Airport, good afternoon. Listen to this. Again, I can't stress enough, folks, the how much of an effort it is to run an airport at the end of the day. Any airport, especially an international one of this size, with the numbers of passengers inbound and outbound passing through your airport, as well, of course, as let's just double check, make sure, keep that one in shot. That's a small one, so we'll keep an eye on this one when you consider the number of staff as well, people working on the ground. It is a city. It is literally a city. I'd imagine that more people pass through this airport than your average town. Like, how many people passed through York as tourists last year, Gilly? Is there a number on that? That's a big call, but you can easily get those numbers from Heathrow or any airport, really, how many passengers they handled, and it is big numbers, man. And when you look at it, when you break it all down, it's so impressive. Okay, 8.4 million people, tourists in York last year, and so how many people came through London Heathrow last year? Can I just say a big shout out to Nigel Armstrong? Somebody else gifted 5 memberships before we went live. Who was it, GP? Graham, thank you, Graham. Peter Graham, sorry, Peter. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We've got Michael Harper's a new member, and Hannah Louisa is also a new member. Aviation fan. Safety checks or not safe for aircraft or not, it's a no from me, and I won't fly on them, plain and simple. Well, there you go. It's everybody's. It's everybody. It's interesting, when I flew on the American jets, I flew on the 737 MAX and I flew on the 787. It's interesting to see their safety cards now. It just says 737 on it, and the 787 just says 787 on it. To be perfectly honest with you, like I said a couple of shows ago, really, nobody's interested in what plane they're flying on, because those who know will know. Like us, when we fly, we automatically, you know, that's one of the first things we jump on. But in terms of your average punter, it's kind of pointless putting the name of the plane on there. You might as well just put safety card for this aircraft. But anyway, save a little bit more ink there next time. We got Hannah Louise, thank you very much indeed. And Brian Pounder has gifted a membership. Thank you, Brian. Wonderful thing. Concorde on display in New York is getting a complete repaint. John Sharrett's, indeed it is. And there'll be a big opening for that when it comes back, no doubt, on the barge. It is an interesting one, isn't it? Because I believe British Airways actually own that Concorde out in New York. So who's covering the cost of it? It will more likely, I'd imagine, because it's a paid tourist attraction, is it not? Do you maybe have to, I don't know, is it just displayed on the river, or is it accessible? Because if it's just displayed, you know, how can you make an income from that? And if that's the case, then who's fronted the money to have that done up or refurbished? I mean, really, it will just be, I'd imagine, if there's nobody available, nobody allowed to go on it. Let's just have a little look and see. Emirates, Ben Brown, Emirates 777-300 ER returns to Heathrow for the first time since the pandemic in October. Yes, like the Emirates 777-300. We used to see it all the time during pandemic, didn't we? Wow, thank you very much indeed for that. 5 weekly extra services on top of 6 daily A380s. Wow. Paul MK tuning in from Los Angeles. Phil Sky. Arthur Jackson. Joe, have you seen the new Concorde model being released by Lego? Arthur, how can I not see it? Yeah, it's pretty cool. For adults only, of course. It's got cutaway, isn't it? It's got great cutaway. I love the little seats in there and the toilet. The toilet. It's got a toilet, isn't it? You've seen it, Julie? Woody 56, welcome back, Woody 56. Concorde in New York is a paid attraction. Additional add-on to museum entry fee. Gary Boakes, thank you, Gary. Then that makes perfect sense. Then I'd imagine that there is a revenue stream there and as a result of that, they're able to cover the cost of having the refurbishment done on her. Can you go on board her? Is the question. Let's have a little look here. Urpel Palpatine, good afternoon to you. Kevin Key, Concorde 444, the New York Concorde is loaned to the museum from BA. Loaned to the museum from BA. The museum do tours, museums are responsible. What? Is there someone on this one, Julie? Sorry. Okay, it's a Neo, isn't it? It's a Neo. Look at those big engines. Nice bit of brake dust you see there coming off the mains as the auto systems brake those wheels before they get fully retracted into the undercarriageway. There's a 380 lined up behind this, Julie. She's going to be rolling quite soon. She probably is going to be Sarah back there. Oh, it's a shame. I like to. Whoa! Hold on a minute. She's not rolling. Darn it! I could have followed that for a little bit further. It's always a little bit tricky when you've got. I think she's moving now. Big tall tail of her. Unmistakable. Okay, Gary Boakes, thank you. You can go on board Concorde at New York. Well, there you go. It's a paid attraction. There's a revenue stream coming from it, so therefore it's probably paid for itself to be. But I'd imagine because it's in New York, it obviously needs to be well ventilated and looked after during the winter months, that's for sure. Kind of climatic conditions like here in the UK. Okay, where's this BA headed to? New York, San Francisco. Yeah, here we go. the outboard ailerons, folks. Look at the outboard ailerons. Split aileron system. Nice. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet or something like that. Always like it. Yeah, we've been on the one in Manchester. Beautifully looked after. And I'm guessing that the one on the barge in New York is... Danny. Somebody flying out to Las Vegas, is it? Virgin at 4:30. Okay, well that's probably it, yeah. Sorry about that. A380, ladies and gentlemen. 4 Rolls-Royce Trent, 900 engines. Dawn has cats. Yeah, what is the Maui total, Julie? Oh, sorry, what was it? Wow, $4,230 dollars, folks. Amazing effort from everybody involved. Thank you once again. I've seen some very heart-warming and very sad images and videos of animals. Of course, you've got to think of their owners and all those poor people who've been left homeless. Sort of like a self-reliant community on Maui, isn't it? Mainly, I guess, for its tourism. So, you know, those poor souls are going to be, you know, struggling for a while. So anything anybody can do, I'm sure that globally there's been a huge effort. Michael McEwen, Tarom's 318 heading out for departure. Got a new member. Got Theme Pro. Welcome, Theme Pro. 17th Mustang walking under a Concorde is still amazing. It looks fantastic. Only the cockpit looks dated. Well, I tell you what, for its era, you've got to, next time you are looking at it, look at the leading edge of that wing, because it is the curvature of it. It's not a perfect curve. Well, it is, but aerodynamically, it's see the way it droops down at the end there, and it literally does have an offset at the very tip of the wing there. Obviously, there's no real tip because it is curved, but yeah. And we've talked about the flight deck is just phenomenal, isn't it? For its era, was just an incredible aeroplane, and that little streak that you can see there, the almost a step-looking piece of alloy, which is a vortex generator, which directs the airflow over the wing. But they obviously needed to attach that when they did their wind tunnel trials to alleviate possible, you know, wing flutter and things like that. Amazing. Scotty, when will you be in Boston again? Well, we've got Miami at the end of next month. We have got, and then after that, we're looking at Chicago, because, and then Boston's on the cards. So. Is that Rolls-Royce? Trent 7s, I think. Trent 8s, sorry. Of course, the Trent 7, their most recent engine addition on the A350 XWB, the XWB engine is their most recent addition after. Sorry, the Trent 7000 is the most recent addition, powering the upstep from the Trent 700, powering the 330 CEOs now, the 7000 on the Neos. Mycroft Holmes. Looking forward to the streams. Lloyd Bell. Yeah, they are amazing, those Trents, man. Nah, they're just... I'm pretty sure that the growl is associated possibly with the titanium blades, because the smaller, the IAE engines are... Anyway, I'm like I said, I'm guessing that British Airways and other LEAP engine Neo operators are thanking their lucky stars that they went to LEAP and not Pratt & Whitney, because that issue with Pratt & Whitney is going to be an ongoing thing, we think. Jimmy G, awesome sound. Growl gives you goosebumps, it does. And hopefully this is Etihad's 380. This might be a little bit low. She's quite long, she's running it quite long. Yeah, this could be growly. That's an interesting track for Etihad. Oh, it's not like sort of, oh my God, where's he going? It's just normally it's right, isn't it? Right-hand turn, Clyde. Are they sending them out over the top of London? If you're new to the stream, folks, please don't hesitate coming in, asking questions. If I don't answer your question, it's I never ignore anybody, folks. I just right now, when I'm talking to you, I'm holding this A380 in shot, and of course it's quite sensitive because she's zoomed, especially when I go quite deep on her, like that, and then I look away and I lose focus. So that's why sometimes, folks, it's a little bit difficult. Claire Bear, great shot. Paul Skilling, EY20, number 8, HGC, Sue Taylor, Ian Morrison, Jonathan Beale, Cassie King. Livery looks so good on the 380. Gillian Sankey, Randy Bushbaum. Other streams, okay. We'll talk about other streams. Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sue Taylor, nothing like a 777 Growly and Morrison. Thanks everybody. Michael K, good afternoon to you. Eddie Howard, will it pass Ules? Eddie Howard, will it pass Ules? Interesting. Kerry Fino, 380, the Moray Eel. Margaret Burnett. Margaret Burnett loving the undercarriage shot, the undercarriage door closure, which is a big clunk, folks. Always a big clunk when you're on board the aircraft, over the wing. Always a good place to be seated. over the wing of the 380 if you get the chance to fly on her. My favourite engine stand is still the 757. Rick saying so unique. Which one? Pratt and the RB211 powered one or the CF6 powered one? I think you might mean the RB211 powered one there, Rick. And unfortunately, I think about 40 minutes before we went live, I heard this thing coming out, and I was like, that sounds unlike other engines that we hear. And of course, it was my favourite livery, Icelandair 757-300, in what I call the retro livery with the yellow painted RB211 cowlings. Never get tired of seeing that wing. Probably the most flexed wing in the industry, isn't it? I mean, in terms of like 11 feet, something like that. Wow, this is running long as well. Look at this. Look at this, a 787-10 in it, I think. So I do hear, obviously Spirit Airline, one of the largest low-cost well, I think it is the largest low-cost airline in the US, isn't it? In the northern states, North America. Still operating CEO variants, but they are desperate at the moment because they are literally so concerned because their A320 Neo fleet are of course powered by the Pratt & Whitney engine, which you know, is going to need some well, how do you, I mean, the microscopic, what was it, microscopic? Just give a quick shout out to Carl Withers. Carl is a brand new member. Welcome, Carl. Tash312 has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships, and right there, Tony Duty has gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Thanks, Tony, and a big thank you to Tash, and a very warm welcome to Carl Withers. I'm sure there's an artist like Carl Withers. So over to my right here, folks, is the maintenance, or part of the remote maintenance section, where they'll bring aircraft to be operated on if there's something that can be done by the ground teams. That 350 there, I don't know if you can see it, but the flaps were extended at one point when I got here. I don't know if they still are. Yeah, they still are. So obviously testing the systems there, the flight surfaces on that A350. Look at that lovely old 777-2. Now you can see clearly now. I can see clearly now. The 3 different segments there on the engine. The forward segment is the fan nacelle. Behind that is the inspection cowl, which is just also covering the fan casing. And then behind that, more dull blue is the sliding doors of the engine reversers. those sliding door systems also house the core cowls as well. There's an internal, it's almost like a double skin, double element to the sliding segment, which houses the core as well, the core cowls. Lots of sort of like heat. Reflective, I guess you would call it, or nice. Peter Mikunda. Let's know what's going on, but try and keep the chat to aviation if you can, please, folks. Wow, she's high in the sky. It's Delta 330. CF6. So you do get quite a bit of flex off that 330 as well. And it is surprising how much flex there is on the 380 as well. Now, you know, when you follow it, you could actually, those flaps going up already. I think they are. I can see the, no, not quite, not just yet. You know, sometimes it's as little as 60 seconds. I've had it on jets that I've flown on, where it's, you know, you're 60 seconds into flight, up come the flaps. They've got a good positive rate of climb. Everything's good. All happy. Let's get those flaps up and get her up to altitude. Claire Bear, Singapore coming in 2 minutes. Coming in or going out? Bilge pump. Michael K. Miami, Michael, the end of next month is, that's taxiing down Sierra, isn't it? That's Etty, is that? Oh, no, it's, Scropey. That's my airline heading out on it in a few weeks' time to Boston. Kevin Beasley, 2 380s on approach. Yeah, I got one of them. I can see visuals. 17th Mustang, small windows on the Concorde. It's all to do with air pressure. It was the highest flying aircraft at around 60,000 feet, so best to keep the windows on the smaller side. Yeah, it's as big as they could go, wasn't it? Before the and also the got to consider the friction as well caused by the aircraft at those high speeds. Oh, there's a good shot. What did I say the other day, Julie? You hardly ever getting a shot like that, and then all of a sudden it's like number 6 buses, isn't it? Common as muck. Stoneman, Charlotte, North Carolina, isn't it? We've talked about that, haven't we? I think it's all small stuff, isn't it? Charlotte. North Carolina. Fairs. Nice shot. I think it's actually the responsibility of British Airways to have that thing. It would be great. I mean, you know, reaching out to British Airways or anybody else for that matter. I mean, obviously, you know, you've got to be careful when you're talking about even people coming onto the airfield is, you know, have to be security checks, they have to be officials. So the only way really to clean that Concorde would be to have British Airways ground teams give her a wash. But I have to stress, folks, again, that you know, even if you clean Concorde and get her all nice and bright and shiny, it wouldn't last very long before she was looking like that once again, and we would all be sort of like getting up in arms about her rotting away. The bottom line is that she's not. I'd imagine that there is some kind of an inspection that's carried out from time to time. You know, obviously looking at the undercarriage, checking the stability of the aircraft, make sure it isn't literally rotting away. It's highly unlikely because those, you know, the undercarriage legs and everything that's built around it is an area that is sustainable to a lot of wet, and so therefore it was built tough under there. So for it to literally, you know, like an old shed, like my shed at the end of my garden that collapsed, not with a cat on it, but nearly, it's highly unlikely. But again, like I say, you know, she looks grubby, and it is obviously a shame, but you know, unless you've got volunteers on a daily basis. I mean, look at the one at Brooklands, folks. Seriously, just take a look at the one at Brooklands. You know, she obviously gets cleaned from time to time, but it's a mammoth task cleaning an aeroplane. And like I say, within weeks, you know, she'd be back to looking very, very grubby. And that's, you know, these aircraft in the fleets are cleaned periodically between checks, and also when the teams are able to do it. Personally, like I said, right at the beginning, when we first started this show, really what they should have done was they should have incorporated her into the building around her at Terminal 5. Because let's face it, it was it's BA's terminal, isn't it? And it would have been a great thing to see that aircraft incorporated. Obviously they'd strip everything out, all the engines, all the interior, make it as light as a feather, take all the undercarriage out. Seal the undercarriage doors shut and just display her within the sort of like, you know, terminal building some way, somehow. It's not a massive aeroplane, so in terms of the overall area that it would take up, just means adding strengthening beams and stuff like that to the inside of the blimey, look at that. That's 3 Saudia jets in town. Should have got an A380. Tony Duty has gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. I think I shouted that one out. Dave Beeler, new tech coatings help preserve exterior paint. Yeah, protection is one thing, I have to say. I agree with what you're saying there. But in terms of its looks, the grubbiness that you see there around the windows, and we've talked about this so many times, all around the wing root there and everything, that kind of effect is still going to happen even with the most amazing protection on the fuselage, because that is a mixture of dirt and grime and tyre rubber and dust and exhaust. It's on an airfield, let's face it, so you know it's going to be very susceptible to those kind of conditions. I mean, you look at that old 320 sitting over there. She looks quite grubby, doesn't she? There's one that's obviously had a more recent cling, I'd imagine, that one on the left and on the right. And let's face it, they're not that far apart, are they? Charlie, Juliet, and Papa Delta. Okay, so that is a. I think that's a newer aircraft. That one, that Papa Delta and Charlie Juliet. I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me. Debbie Moore, welcome Debbie Moore to Big Jet TV. Vera has gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Vera. Lovely thing to do. EK31 number 5 landing HGC, just caught that. And of course these buildings over here have a preservation order on them, folks. They can't be demolished because they're protected by the British Heritage Foundation or something like that. But they're still in use, and interestingly enough, I posted a picture of this before. They've got those doors, the hangar doors, encase the aircraft. Okay, somebody wanting the reg. Well, all I can get is India Hotel. Oh no, there it is. Sorry, there we are. Victor India Hotel is your registration on that 777-200. Probably going to be a very old one because she's strapped in with GE90s, so I'm putting that on the 25+ year old list. Yeah, I flew on an aircraft that was only a couple previous to that, Delta, wasn't it? India Delta I flew on. Bruce McDonald, they are indeed the old BEA buildings where they used to maintenance hangars for the Tridents. Before that, the Vanguards. 737s, didn't they have 737s back in the old days as well? Interesting to learn about all of that. What's that, GP? Craig B, did you see on Secrets of Underground? Oh, okay, so that is one of the oldest, is it? Papa Delta is the oldest, and that's one of the most recent. Oh, most definitely. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, Scropey, I know what you're saying, and I appreciate your frustration, but, you know, you've got to look at it from a logistics point of view, and, you know, you can't have somebody on it every day, can you? You haven't got volunteers working at London Heathrow who are just purely looking after Concorde. That would mean, you know, a lot of time and effort being taken by, well, you can't have volunteers because obviously they need to be security checked. And also, like I say, I'm sure BA still love their aeroplane, their Concorde. It is a shame. The biggest part of it for me, okay, not so much the look of her, because she still looks graceful, doesn't it? And then when you come away from her like this, she looks beautiful, doesn't she? You know, question over it was literally her position. If you go and look at the one in Paris, for example, she's beautifully displayed. I don't know quite what, whether the engines are on reheat, she's at an angle, got a gear down. I would have sort of like maybe put the gear up because I think it just looks more graceful in flight, you know. But, you know, it's just a shame where Concorde is. I'm sure that when they originally planted her there, they thought, wow, that's great, isn't it? We've got a, you know, she's beautifully displayed at the end of the runway, everyone can see her, etc., etc. But over the years since she's been there, she's just now been kind of like, I wouldn't say disregarded, but obviously people's positions change, you know, their you know, in terms of what their importance is, you know, in terms of what is important to them. Over the years, she's been surrounded by, you know, vehicles. It's been used as a parking lot around Concorde, and it is a shame that she is where she is. Like I've said all along, you know, if the money was there, and let's face it, it costs a lot of money, I would have moved her. I would have, at least if I was the director of Heathrow, I would look with my shareholders and say, hey, listen, why don't we put her over there where she would be miles out of the way? That's a perimeter track there. That's the last entry point, I believe, taxiway to get onto full length there. So obviously, you know, the only thing that she would be well, kind of like what she is here. As they turn on here, they spray her literally with exhaust. So she's going to get grubby at the end of the day. So that would be my only sort of like, you know, beef in terms of her location. As you can see, you know, there's no sort of like nice sort of like anything to, it's just there's Concorde, that's it. That's all you're going to get. But again, got to appreciate, you know, airlines are busy, and for them to take personnel away from their day jobs to go and clean out every day is a you know, is a no-no. It's an impossibility, really, when they're needed in the maintenance sections, because I think that the maintenance teams also double up for cleaning the aircraft as well. I don't think there are specific aircraft cleaners. Hello? Oh. Okay. Kristen. Say thank you to Kristen. Leon Fisherman, 7 years, Concorde will have been out of service for as long as she was in service. Yeah. You know, it's just the way times move, isn't it? You know, the jet era, you know, the beautiful 727s, the 737s, the original Jurassic 737-100 when it came out, before the jumbo jet, and even around about the time of the 727, 707 was the first four-engine, well, it wasn't actually, because the Comet was the first four-engine jet, wasn't it? But in terms of Boeing, the 707 came around about, I think it was the early part, late 60s or mid 60s or something like that. 19, wasn't a 727 19 late 50s or something like that? I don't know, but you know, those Jurassic jets, time moves on. Concorde was just not economically viable, especially when the fuel crisis hit, and of course the unfortunate situation with the Air France jet kind of like made people uneasy, but a huge amount of money spent on it by British Airways to refurbish the wings to make them safe. but then sort of like it never really got going again, was it? It was a bit like putting petrol in an engine that was sort of like on its last legs anyway, and it didn't really want to get started again, and still went through. Was it at least after the incident when it eventually got back to flying again? Good couple of years, wasn't it? It was in service for, I don't know, 17th Mustang VC10s, yes indeed. Probably the best four-engined early era jet, pre-747 jet out there, the VC10. Of course, the IL-62 was the Russian copy, which they did a lot of back in those days. Chester draws up the comparison shots of the A320 in front of the A380. Makes you realise just how big they are. Yeah, it does. It certainly does. Qatar's 380 waiting to cross the active. The bread bin just beyond him there. The freight terminal here at London Heathrow. So one Airs 747 hearing that it went to Châteauroux and then on to Cardiff, which was quite an interesting, you know, I don't think that was, unless it was carrying parts perhaps, down from Châteauroux to Cardiff for BA maintenance. I don't know. Who knows? General Electric CF6, I think, on all their 330s. Burbling away. Yeah. Let's give it a shot. Saying it's Aidan Campbell saying it's it's an odd one to say, Aidan. Losing interest. Yeah, you know what, Julie, I've had enough. I'm going home. And should we just switch it off now? Not interested anymore. I guess he means losing interest in Toulouse. Wait and see, Aidan. Wait and see, mate. You never lose interest in a great facility like that. Oh, 767. Sorry about that. In terms of our international shows, folks, anybody watching right now wondering, oh, do you ever go overseas? Yes, we do, folks, on a regular basis. With our members, of course. We've got these domestic shows that we're doing. What you're watching right now is a free viewer. Great to have you on board. Good to have all our subscribers chatting as well. Of course, I'm reading out my members' comments only, highlighted in green, just to make them feel more special. And of course they are the guys and girls who come with us overseas to and everyone in between, of course, come overseas with us to our international shows, European shows. So yes, we do venture outside of the UK on a regular basis. United States at least, if we can, once a month. Anchorage the very early part of this month. I think it was literally the first few days of August we were in Anchorage, which makes it feel like it's a long break between international shows, because Miami's at the end of September. Oh, hello, hello, gorgeous. Oh, but he was gorgeous. Look at that aeroplane, folks. Rainbow Obsidian. Rainbow Obsidian. We love to travel with Jerry, and literally travel sometimes when we're overseas. When the option's there, we'll do live driving around the airport and have a bit of fun there. It's always good fun. Wow, that's a funny old rate of climb there for that 320. You are special, everybody. Claire Bear, I like Schiphol. So do we, Claire. There's one we've got to get out to, isn't it? You know, some airfields are better in the winter as well, folks. Because I do like to see these aeroplanes, you know, working their magic, should I say, when they're landing, especially, and taking off. So sometimes it's like Dave Lee, welcome to Premium, Dave. Great to see you, my friend. Jump on in, ask any questions, and get in the chat if you want to, folks. Love that China Southern 350, Paul Skilling. Ashy Fire. Martin Saxon, I saw a snippet. Street from Seoul, plenty of 747s on the ground might be worth considering. Martin, we consider everywhere. It's not like we don't, we literally consider everywhere in terms of passing across the helicopter, being told obviously to hold your position. Very sort of like busy airspace around London Heathrow. So, got an aircraft on approach right now. Mark Todd. Ah, that's great. Mark Todd, best relaxation ever. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Mark. So he's doing the loop, or a complete. He's obviously. Oh, is he giving clearance? Blimey. It's a bit close for comfort, isn't it? Wow. Right, I said, right, well, if you can go now, go now. Hurry up! Alex Hilton. Yeah, Alex Hilton making a point of like, what is your favourite London Heathrow viewing spot? Alex, to be honest with you, it depends on the operations and what's going on at the time. You know, whether it's departures, arrivals. There's each airport. Each position has its own uniqueness about it, doesn't it? You know, the paddock for overhead arrivals. This position for overall sort of like 09 departure operations. Up on the top of the Hyatt for 27 right departures. That position is soon going to become a little bit less used, only because we've got a new position, folks, and everybody was really pleased to see it. I've got a meeting with the Health and Safety Executive tomorrow to finalise the position that we have. You'll see it if you scroll back in our videos, folks, in our live videos. You'll see we did, we called it new position. Did we call it new position, Julie? I think we did. Very popular, Dave Lee, I think 200,000 views or something like that, of that new position, maybe even more than that, maybe 250,000, I don't know, but very popular. And the great thing about it the new position is it's great for 09s and 27s, and oh, okay, over 250,000 views, 260,000. They're coming to hook this guy up. They're coming to take me away, hey, hey, they're coming to take me away. Now that is a vehicle that two different types of tugs. One is obviously one equipped with a tow bar, Terry tow bar. This particular model of tug is equipped with a lifting mechanism, so they will back that right up to the wheels. Then literally there will be a scoop system that will scoop the aircraft up with using hydraulics, lock it into place, and then the beautiful sounding, more Trent power. Of course, when we talk about Cardiff, I often think of there's two elements of it. GE Maintenance are based in Wales, in Cardiff, near Cardiff, and of course you've got the maintenance division for BA Heavy Maintenance down in Cardiff as well. I think that's where they go for most of their C&D checks, I believe. Go shout out Steve, Sarah, Joe. 1 month old A350 1000 Michael McEwen heading out to Denver now. Wow, 1 month old A350 1000. Let's have a look at that. Have they Is that brush? Carl Withers, how many airlines have you flown with? And which is your favourite? Don't have a favourite airline, got to be honest with you. Obviously, you know, I enjoy travelling with, this is BA's latest 350, the 1 month old jet. In terms of favourite aircraft, again, I love them all. I love flying on 767s. That is a clean jet, isn't it? Aviation 2257 has gifted a membership, thank you. I see a conversation going on here. Somebody mentioning about BA, well, what it would probably BEA wanted the 727. Oh, so we got a TAP 320 that was destined for Gatwick has diverted to Heathrow. Interesting. Hello, gear down, gear down. Here we go. So the gear doors will close. Gear will remain extended. Looks like a prototype, doesn't it, when she flies like that? So probably around about 2 minutes normally, to allow everything to cool and the computers to talk to themselves and say yes, it's good to go. And then you'll see I think pilots will obviously be monitoring the systems on board, because there will be some kind of potential draggy that at the moment. Dirty configuration, pilots call it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, but that's not just going to be Heathrow, is it? That'll be other airfields where they'll divert to as well. Wow. Around, got to be getting on for 2 minutes now, isn't it? Very draggy. Almost feels like your car's got, here they go, I think. Is that, are they going up? Yeah, there they go. Almost like you got a boot full of concrete. Simon Jeffries, a very warm welcome back. Simon, good to see you here. Dean, BA380 pushing off. So, I don't know if he's hooked her up yet. She's, they have moved it back and have lifted the jet, I think. She, it's quite a long way in, I have to say. Normally that, is that an hotkey delusion, or is that undercarriage looks a bit, it looks like he's parked it to the right of the jet. I don't know. Jimmy G61, yes, of course they can land that aircraft in that configuration. However, if there was a serious issue with the landing gear, then they would obviously have to come back. But before they do that, they would have to lose a lot of weight, because that aircraft is obviously on its has tons and tons of fuel on it that it would need to probably head out to sea somewhere and dump a load of fuel, which is a terrible thing to do. But the configuration of the aircraft, it would just be too heavy to operate, to land. Drain mast he's looking at there. It's amazing how many antennae are under these aircraft and on top of the nose as well. So many different antennae. Saw a very interesting video the other day somebody posted. John H, it's just all linked together, John. The undercarriage system will work in unison. So they will, I think the onboard systems will also make those decisions on behalf of the pilots as well. If it's, they don't have to manually, I don't think they can manually override it. They just have to wait for the systems to be happy with the temperatures and, or at least giving the wheel the opportunity to stop spinning. Because when that thing goes up into the undercarriage bay, it's horizontal as opposed to vertical. each wheel is it's big and heavy, and of course the bearings, the systems that are used on these big wheels are not designed to be rotating at something like 2000 RPM when they are retracted back up into the wing. They're expected to be completely locked, which is what the automatic systems do. But from time to time they might fail. One might fail, and therefore, as a result of that, one wheel's left spinning, so they have to literally hold tight until that. So this guy having a good look around, isn't he? Now, whether he needs to, he's definitely an engineer, and he's got his white overalls on. Looking inside, look at that big old GE90, mate. Working on the airport, lucky so-and-so. What a great job, man. He's probably saying, come on in, girl. Let's get you up to gate. And she's got a big smile as well, look. Whee! Happy about that. Autopilot, yes, I have discussed that before regarding the financial operation of Concorde. Some people have mentioned that it did make money, but I am in the belief that overall the net figure for Concorde was she operated at if anything, cost at the max. There we go. Big B2000, would the pilots be able to fly to a destination without a lot of these sensors? Big B, no, not really. You need the ILS sensor to start with. That needs that antennae, the ILS antennae. Weather systems, the angle of attack sensors, of course, that's one of the most important things. Pitot tube. Oh, she's screaming, mate. Somebody mentioning earlier on about what's your favourite position at London Heathrow. They all have their own unique elements about them, folks. But well, aren't we lucky to be able to film from so many unique positions that we do? Of course, this one here at MTHL Services, thank you to Mark West and all his team downstairs. They also have a great line in electric vans. You might want to look them up at some point. I think it's called the Electric Van Centre, isn't it? Julie, is it called the Electric Van Centre? Heathrow Van Centre. Heathrow Van Centre, that's it, yeah. Of course, we've got our fantastic position up on top of the Hilton Garden Inn, which is not too far away from us. We frequent that from time to time. Of course, the courtyard as well, which is which is just awesome for turn-on shots. You know, when they're active, going out 27 right. And our all-new position, folks. So, all the time I've kind of had an issue with 09 operations in terms of arrivals, because they're always on the northern runway. now we have it at our all-new position, which we're finalising tomorrow, folks. And finalising it so that we can, we've got all the health and safety in place. It takes a lot of doing, folks. You can't just rock up somewhere and start, you know, live streaming from somewhere. It's slightly different for videography because you don't have so much in terms of health and safety procedures, you know, because, you know, you can leave film from a phone camera or from a video camera. But when you're live and you're in one position like we are now, you need to make sure that everything's in place, everybody's happy, and that all the T's are dotted and the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Who said? Yeah, dot the T's and cross the I's. Okay, good for you, mate. John M, loving the 777-300ER, yes. Big, long, super stretch 300. Tristan Warrilow, Virgin 330 Neo on its way out. Got that one lined up, Tristan Avro Arrow. Finally got that off to you, Avro. You were very fortunate that I broke my spectacles. And as a result of that, I had to go to the post office. Well, I didn't have to go to the post office, I had to go to Specsavers. Thank you, Specsavers, by the way. I know you don't watch or anything, but I know they follow us. But thank you for your amazing, quick actions. Before I knew it, she said, could you take a seat? You know, because I broke my spectacles, you know. Took my details. I sat down, got on my phone, scrolled up. Bloke came over, he said, there you go. I'm like, oh, how did you fix that? Because it had failed. The arm itself, the attachment had failed. He said, oh, because, you know, it's within warranty, no questions asked. Bosh, there you go, brand new framework for you. I'm like, yes, thank you. Well, I didn't do that, you know, I didn't get excited about this, you know. Anyway. But thank you anyway, and Arrow, your stickers are on their way. Apparently he sent another envelope, with postage on it, so you're going to get double up. There we go, my old friend. Nikhil, come to Mumbai for Planespotting. Michael K just threw about 15 pallets on the ground here. Lovely, colourful shot down there of London Heathrow. But just looked on flight radar 24 London Gatwick, looks like it might be back to operations. Arrivals in the hold, but starting departures, runway cleared. There we go, thank you, Kelvin. Sadly, Malaysian Airlines removed their retro livery, 737, repainted it to the normal livery this week. Phil Sky saying, I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, so in terms of that, what we were talking about with the Pratt & Whitney engines, British Airways must be so happy. But you've got carriers like, well, Lufthansa. What else have you got? Using the Pratt & Whitneys on the 320 Neo. Spirit Airlines in America, man. Not good. And of course, you've got the MAX issues, American Airlines, United Airlines, JetBlue as well, isn't it? Their 321s are powered by the Pratt & Whitney engines, I think. Oh, yes. They did offer me free spectacles for a certain time, didn't they, or something like that? I don't know. Lens wipes, that was it. Thanks for that. 7 tons of lens wipes. Thank you for that. What the? So this is the news that I read on New York Post. US Airlines scramble to avoid cancellations after massive recall of 1,200 jet engines. so 600 aircraft in general. Several US-based airlines are reportedly working hard to avoid flight cancellations after Pratt & Whitney announced a massive recall on around 1,200 engines. So it's obviously a period of time during manufacture from, you know, this thing's going to go up like a rocket. Watch this. Climb rate. There we go, JetBlue, Spirit and Hawaiian. Climbing up to see Beba Jesus. Oh. Just about got enough pull on the old Fing Fong there. She's so high. Yeah, whatever happens, we are the original, the OG. First ever to do it. Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of, you know, doing what we do, I wouldn't be satisfied. I know other people who do this are satisfied with just filming from a single location, week in, week out. You know, it's down to them, you know, what they do. But I'm never one to sort of like rest on my laurels and have and just be filming from one position. If I was at Heathrow constantly filming from the same position, I'm sure we wouldn't have the global following that we have. But because we do our very best and our utmost to offer new positions, travel overseas with our members, and all the military stuff as well, of course, mixing that all in is just a wonderful thing to do, because I've got a huge passion for aviation, and that is reflected in what I do. Anyway, JetBlue, Spirit and Hawaiian are among the companies that are shifting ground crew and changing flight schedules after last month's announcement by Pratt & Whitney that it was removing the geared turbofan engines that were found to be tainted with microscopic contaminants in a metal piece of its core. So kind of along the same lines as what Rolls-Royce had with their Trent 1000s, with the I think it was the turbine blade somewhere that had failed or was showing microscopic cracks in the turbine blades. Whether that was the portion of the engine where they grew the turbine blades, because I know that part of the original design and manufacturing of the Trent 1000 involved growing, like almost, well, 3D printing, almost a form of 3D printing, but actually growing the blades out of whatever material it was, meant that they had a huge recall. And remember all those times, all those years ago, folks, when they had that here at London Heathrow, copious amount of 787 Dreamliners parked all over the airfield with, you know, as gliders, no engines on them. British Airways and Virgin Atlantic. But yes, interesting. Contaminants in a metal piece of its core, which generally means that that piece has got to be re-engineered, redesigned and refitted, I'm guessing. Okay, the contamination is said to pose a danger that could cause cracks in certain parts of the engine, according to the company. So used by dozens of European carriers, foreign and domestic. A very popular engine, a very efficient engine, but right now, in trouble. course, the Pratt & Whitney PW engine, PW 1900 or 1100 or whatever the variant is. I think it's a PW 1000 is actually the name of the engine, and then there's different variables of it, like the 1900G or 1100G or 1500G, whatever it might be. All GTF geared turbofans, and potentially, you know, this is nice. Yes, we are planning to go to LAX again. But again, I've got to say, folks, you know, Imperial Hill's got a great viewing position, but it's kind of limited in terms of the departure shot. Passes into the trees not long after departure. Certainly don't get stuff like this. That's why, you know, I wouldn't be satisfied with being there every day. I would want to go somewhere else. And we did see one the other day. Some fella streaming from LAX, and somewhere that we'd never seen before. But ironically, it's on Spotter Guide. Oh, missed that. Outboard water flight surfaces, folks. Yeah, Wizz Air and India's Go First as well, affected by the Pratt & Whitney issues. So finding replacement aircraft is going to be it's a bit of a tall order for the likes of Spirit Airlines. So I think they've got more NEOs than they have CEOs. Is that right, or is it the other way round? I wouldn't be surprised if it's more CEOs than it is NEOs, but even so, all of a sudden, taking all those jets out of service. What's that? Oh, okay, so I think he's about to push, well, not push, but he's about to tug. So he's pushed that tug all the way up. Undercarriage is locked in, front undercarriage locked in. Her beacons are on, so to indicate that she's live, the aircraft is live or on the move. USA! Jack Hewlett, welcome back, Jack. Max Bankangle, you're right, they do have a new owner. However, my Terry, the guy who used to run the Boozer, knows him well, and has I've been informed that he is willing for us to go up there. It's just a case of, it's just a matter of time. But anyway, thank you anyway. Josephine, IST, Istanbul, is that? think they're pretty strict over in Istanbul. This is a 767, folks. Hannah Louisa. I see an engine being tested over there behind me, man. I don't know if you heard that whining. Ah, she's going up quick. 767's maintained here at Heathrow. You see, and the home hub as well. When I got off the plane at Seattle, deplaned, walked over the bridge, the new bridge at Seattle. Then you have to get the train. And you're into the arrivals hall, which is another story. Not the most pleasant of airport experiences, I will say, Seattle. However, when we're out in Miami next month, I have my interview set up with is it the TSA? Is it the TSA? No. Global entry, yeah, but it's the interview is with the TSA or something, isn't it? Yeah, all linked together. So I've got an interview with them. Got to sit down, you know, take my pencil case with me. My little writing book. Claire Walkie. Claire. Roger Norsworthy, DHL converted 330-300 freighter number 6 on finals. Well, we will see that crossing. The active Royal Air Maroc Streamliner. Often see their 737. In fact, we often see their 737 MAX, don't we? Royal Air Maroc. So, is this linked in some way to the MAX LEAP engine issues? When I say LEAP engine, it's actually more to do with the housing of the forward engine nacelle, the air intake for the engine. Yeah, literally since the first day I started streaming, I was looking around the airport at potential positions. Of course, other people have followed us and copied us and all that kind of thing, which is just part and parcel of the whole thing, isn't it? You know, lots of people haven't got the imagination or outside of the box thinking to be able to sort of like do things themselves or think about things themselves, but you know, it is what it is, and it was inevitable that in time there'd be other people who would follow suit, and good luck to them is all I can say. But one thing's for sure with us is that you're guaranteed that I'm always constantly trying to up the ante, and of course that's why we do what we do. We do what we say we do on the tin, literally. with our members, go overseas with them. Exclusive content for our members, not just videos that we put up or you know, things like that. It's we feel very much that we are we justify what we do as a channel on YouTube. Neil Corsa, not a cloud in sight where he is. John Walton, Michael White, Emirates 380 there with many cowlings open. A380 with many cowlings open. What? Whoa, where? Can't see any A380 with cowlings open. Jana Miranda, my favourite LAX viewpoint is Dock Wheeler Beach. Okay, well, is that where they climb out over the top of you? Perhaps. There's your hybrid freighter, I think. 787 crew, how much do you travel a year? Well, 787 crew, at least once a month. Like I say, normally we'll try and do a European show once a month, as well as an international show. To be honest with you, just look it up. Go to our library and see how much. Oh, is this a 767? I see long range. Hopefully it is, because we had one go out just before we went live. Nice. Yeah, so minimum of 52 times a year we go overseas, folks. We might miss one from time to time. It's very rare, I have to say, because we feel committed to our members. Well, it's 52 weeks. Oh, sorry, 12 times a year. Flipping heck, mate. I'll get me coat, 24. Yeah, 24 times a year, 24 times a year. Somewhere around about between 20 and 24 times a year. 52 times a year. Yeah. Chili's like, oh, hey, where? Do you? Oh. Okay, so here we go. Pushing back now. Or not pushing back, but yeah, well, pushing back. Obviously, whatever is, she's either going to go down to gate or to another position. Go all the way round. So even these guys will likely have been in contact with ground control here at London Heathrow. There's another one. I think that's the one that's just been having an engine run. So this bad boy here could potentially have just had some adjustments made on the engine. It's a 330, isn't it? Delta 330. 330 Neo. Say it then. It's the USA. First time we've seen that one. Yeah. Wow. It's quite nice, that. See the colours on that? Nice. Wow. What's that, Gilly? I didn't catch that. Oh yeah, of course it was. Yeah. I remember sitting on top of my Mercedes, telling people you're sitting on a deck chair, saying, "Well, I'm thinking of going to Frankfurt, folks. How about that? Who would like, you know, was Frankfurt the first one we did? Schiphol, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah." Early days of technical functionality. Wow. So around about this point, where they make another turn to the right at some point, you might get a bit of floofage as they climb up through the different friction layers. A little bit of moisture in the air. Here comes that second turn. Everywhere I look around. Not yet though. It's not cool enough. It's cool, but it's not cool. What's this range? Still got the so you can just about see the way that that's hooked up in there, folks. What I was talking about earlier. The vehicle is actually acting as the steering mechanism. That's what the locking pin's all about, folks. But I don't know if I'm being foolish. Look at the smile on that 777's face, man. He's happy. Mark Duffy, welcome back, Mark Duffy, to Big Jet TV. Jack Newman is a returning member as well. We've got Hannah Louise gifting a membership. Thanks, Hannah. And Mark Duffy straight in there, gifting 5 Big Jet TV memberships as well. Ah, is that the 380 with the engine cowls up? This is the shot I like. Lovely 777-2, listen to her. Because I love aviation so much, and I love all the different angles and the different operations that these aircraft have in terms of landings and departures and everything. That's why I like to mix it up as much as I can, and that's why we're very fortunate to have so many different positions around Heathrow. So we've got literally everything covered. And this new position that we have, folks, we have definitely got 09s covered 100% for arrivals. And I am looking forward to a very wet day at London Heathrow on 09s. So bring it on, Mother Nature. Let's be having ya. Thanks, Mark. Patrick Crimmins has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Thank you, Patrick. Wonderful thing to do for you guys. It is a, you know, feel humbled by your generosity. Interesting to see. Is that? I'll come to that in a second. 787 crew, good day to you. Brandon Planespotter, Ian Morrison, John Brennan, BA380. River Phillips, absolutely. Yeah. Well, where I came from was a flipping a stream of Bruce Dickinson. That's how it all started. And then because of the background that I have in marketing promotions, videography, creative designs, and it was oh dear. Interesting. See that looks like a what is that, a generator? Oh, I think it's a tool. I think it's actually a tool station of some sort. Yeah, it is. With what looks like air suspension of some sort. Low rider. Some kind of maintenance work going on there, of course. Ground maintenance. If it's engine related, it's generally known as on wing. She's a clean 350, isn't she? She's looking very clean. And that just beyond there, I don't know if you can see the tip of it there, that wing there, for de-icing practice or training, should I say. Bruce McDonald still remembers the early days at the Renaissance on Periscope. There you go, folks. It shows how far we've come, doesn't it? That sounds baking. Jas! Thanks, Jas! Gifted 5 memberships. That's very kind of you, Jas. Jordan, Charlie, is anyone in the cockpit when they're being towed? Sometimes you might get a maintenance member, a team of somebody from maintenance on board it, but generally they don't have to have anybody on the flight deck because all the steering is unlocked and yeah, disabled. The steering is disabled by the locking pin, and yeah, that enables the ground team's full and free movement for towing an aircraft, steering it, backing it up, etc, etc. So no, you don't have to have anybody on board the flight deck when you're towing one of these jets. Sometimes you will see, like I say, a member of the maintenance team on board the flight deck, but that's possibly just because they can, or of course what you've got to appreciate is that these aircraft generally will go from point to point without anybody on them Otherwise you'd have to get steps involved and stuff like that. Access to the cabin. Look at that big wing on that thing, man. It's just like a glider wing, isn't it? A beautiful aeroplane. Literally stretching its wings, man. See, it's still got a certain amount of curve in that wing. And you can see the flex by how far up over the fuselage those wingtips are now. Something that's very apparent when you fly the Dreamliner. It's a Korean 777. I can see just the tail of. Glare of sun now. Trev Lyon, Winnie Fisher. Please state that there's a member talking on the Virgin to Orlando flight leaving shortly. That's what we put out. Gilly, you'll need to remind me of what it is. Mycroft Holmes. What airline is the butter and white livery? Oh, okay, yeah, Royal Brunei. Mycroft. And there's no VS135 going out today now. Nice shot. Yeah, a little bit of uncertainty regarding the member who's flying with Virgin Atlantic, because we're getting the flight numbers are getting confused here. 135 and 175. Oh, 135 and 75. Ben Thompson has gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Ben. Great thing to do, mate. Thank you so much. Wonderful people. Yeah, 135 and 75 is not a typo. Jazz. Jazz has gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Jazz. It's Qatar. Oh, am I? Okay, sorry. Sorry, Jazz. Beautiful sound of those GEs, man. 22 blades in the GE90, 18 in the GENX engine. All signed photos have been completed. We're up to date, Neil, so maybe check your spam email or something like that, maybe. Anybody as a member can write in to us via your look at this big photo bomb. J-Mac, Bruce Dickens has stalled an airliner for his program. Well, it probably went into this stalling procedures, I'd imagine, by the sounds of it. Didn't actually stall it, but probably just stalled it enough to sort of like get the thing to sort of like shout, you know, like stick shaker. I think I'll probably get the stick shaker active. Ben Thompson, on the day my last gifted membership runs out, Jazz hooks me up. There we go, Ben. Lucky you. And then he's gifted 5 himself, has he? Oh, okay, wow. What a wonderful thing to do. Thank you, my friend. There we go. It was Ben Thompson. I did shout him, didn't I? Wes. Westbrook, Miss Pan Am and TWA. Wow, Wes. Sure he would have got over it by now. But I know what you mean. Billy Meatcots, watching from Southend Hospital with, watching it with a nurse. Thank you for everything you do, sir or madam. Or whomever you are, thank you so much for all that you do for us. Ryan Saxon, HGC, Rohit Parker. Are any airlines flying the L1011 these days? Rohit, no siree. That's long gone, the L1011. Wes, TWA Constellation, yes. Very fortunate enough to go on board the TWA Connie at New York. Actually did a little piece for TWA Hotel, a little marketing piece that I put together. Go and check that out, Big Jet TV, TWA Hotel, I think it's on there. Check out the size of the column as well, the yoke. Look at the size of the yoke on the Constellation. Brandon Planespotting, I thought they would have someone on the cockpit for longer tows for ATC communications and just in case. Well, Brandon, ATC communicates with the tug itself. The tug has constant communication with the ground teams at London Heathrow, ground controllers. When he's reaching a specific, he or she are reaching a specific intersection or a taxiway or whatever it might be, they are told to either continue or switch to another taxiway or whatever it might be because they have to obviously work alongside the they obviously have to work alongside aircraft, the live taxiways, etc. Jordan Charlie, 787 crew, diesel 13. Sarah Lancaster, Cameron 23, that shot reminds me of Only Fools and Horses, Miami. Screaming away. Korean. Clear the cross 2709 right. Head for taxiway Sierra, I think. Tristan, you can listen to air traffic control. Bit of a grey area, but it's something that they do not police. The reason why we do not put it on is because they'd rather we didn't broadcast it live. It is actually illegal to broadcast it live, regardless of what people tell you or say, folks. And it is the air traffic controllers themselves, well, the business that runs them, who are responsible for all of that in terms of clearance and allowing people to listen. But like I say, it can't be policed to the point that, you know, all these folks who plonk themselves wherever they might be, over at Myrtle Avenue or wherever, on top of roofs and so on and so forth, in their hotel rooms listening to ATC, is no harm being done at all. But we don't do it out of respect for Nats having asked us when we communicated with them. Is that something starting up over there? Is that an APU possibly? It's not the 350. He's definitely got his beacons on though, hasn't he? Look how clean that jet is. Extra wide body. A350 1000. Another C. It's definitely Roger Norsworthy, should have mentioned DHL 330 passenger to freight is operated by ASL Ireland. Interesting. On behalf of DHL, I can imagine. Is that our jet that we just saw being towed down the gate? Oh, John M. Doctors Without Borders flies an L1011. It is equipped with operating rooms and medical examination rooms. It's the only one I know of. Well, it's definitely the only one I know of. I mean, there's a 747 SP as well that's also, yes, the eye hospital. Isn't there also a 747 SP, or is that the telescope one? I think it's the... Hannah Louise, do any 340s fly out of Heathrow? Very, very rarely, Hannah. Of course, this was, you know, the home base for the A340-600 with Virgin Atlantic. Long gone. In fact, one of the last times we saw one of those was operating with a cargo operator. A few weeks back now. European cargo, wasn't it? Yes, thank you, Jilly. Ash Links is a brand new member. Welcome, Ash. Lovely to see you here. Get involved. Lance D. Andy Ford. I missed Jerry by a couple of minutes at the Renaissance, a couple of years ago, flipping out. Big up Pam, Steve Anthony, flown on that A350 twice, and I seem to bump into it every time I use Flight Radar 24. It was a 10 out of 10 flight with Virgin Atlantic Premium Economy to MCO this May for my anniversary. Always is a good experience in it when it's a good, it's a, you know, when you're able to remember a special occasion like that you were looked after. Sometimes as well, I mean, quite a lot of times, if you let them know that you're on your anniversary flight or something like that, they might do something a little bit special for you, if they've got time, of course. Timothy Edwards, Gaz Grill, Hannah Louise, Charles D, Jamie Lee Wiley. I fly out of Heathrow on the 18th of September to go to Florence in Italy for 5 weeks of work. Wow. So that's a nice bit of work, isn't it? Florence in Italy, beautiful. Wes, Alafia, nice. Gary Lyon, VS35. VS135 just left 5 minutes ago. Well, we were looking out for VS... I can't remember which one it is now. Is it 135 or 175 or 1? That was VS75 and 155. Neil Corser, it's a toss-up when I fly to Australia, Emirates or Qatar. I think Emirates comes out best. Good food and plenty of drinks. Yeah, I tell you what, I have noticed. I mean, that the Big Roo arrived like about 10 minutes before we went live. God knows how many hours late that was. But it's a regular feature, I have to say, with the Aussies. They're quite late, a bit like they were with building Wembley, but not quite that late. So yeah, Stephen Barry tuning in from New Jersey. What's that, GP? Have I said Did I film it? Did I film 135? Okay, there we go. Martin Saxton, I see Emirates are adding a 777ER to the London Heathrow route, 1 per day. Martin Saxton, yes, that's going to be a great one to see. Last time we saw her was during the pandemic, because Emirates were just operating their, well, I say during the pandemic, when they started operations up again, they only had the 777 operating. Great to see. Ben Brown bringing that to our attention earlier on as well. Michael White, J-Mank had a few cocktails on the TWA Connie. What, when it was in operation? Wow, what a thing to remember. Yeah, I think that's possibly, I think that might be undercarriage related, whatever maintenance is going on there. I'm not sure, but it certainly seems to be centered around the wheels there. Certainly no engine counts up. Ian Morrison, Scott Amos, good morning from Washington State, United States of America. Love these streams, and thanks so much for visiting Anchorage recently. Love those freighters. Well, we will be back, folks. We're going to make Anchorage a sort of like, you know, at least twice a year event, because everybody loves it. We love going to Anchorage. There's so much going on there, and now that we've been in touch with Everts Air Cargo and was it a Northern Air Cargo? I got it right. Northern Air Cargo with their 737 NGs. We're going to be doing some stuff with Northern Air Cargo and also with Everts. That came in literally just as we were going live, wasn't it? Scott Salmi, good day to you. He's got his gold star, 2 years, 1 day as a YouTube member. Been around longer than that, former gold member on Facebook. Great to see you, Scott. Thank you so much for your constant support, mate. You and the team out there. Yeah, a freighter with a special livery. It's a little bit of an oddball, isn't it? Dennis Brennan tuning in from sunny Port Angeles, Western Australia. Is that Dennis? G'day. Rohit Parkal, I flew a Saudia L1011 TriStar once. Wow. Of course, British Caledonia used to operate them out of Gatwick as well. Stephen Quinn, Kevin FB, Ian Morrison, Jan, just noticed the gifted subscription. Thank you, Ben. Giving a shout out to Jan or Jan. Thank you, Jan. It's Jan. Well, I don't know, Jan Ringos. I don't know. Is it Jan? I don't know. Alethea. The blue ITA planes are so pretty. They're so sparkly in the sun. Some of my favourites to see when I go spotting Alethea. Yes, it's a good looking livery, isn't it? Doesn't really do it justice from here, but I just like that. I like the tail with the Italian emblem on the back, or the flag, or the national colours, should I say? It's very kind of like sporty, isn't it, in a way? Oh, okay. So what he's talking about with the A380 with multiple engine cowls up. One of those A380s has apparently gone tech, unless there's one somewhere else on the airfield. But apparently all the engines are covered up. That's odd. Oh, engine covers are up. Sorry, okay, the cowls, the inspection cowls are up, with people standing around it. What, on all engines or on just a couple? Mike James, Jordan Charlie. John Charlie, do you collect any model jets? Very few, Jordan, because I don't like to clutter up my my living space. I do have a few favoured models, some that are die-cast, and a couple that I've built myself. Lancaster bomber, of course, Braniff 747 100, I think it was, modelled on one of their aircraft, built during the shows over COVID. Probably took me longer to build that 747 model than it took Boeing to actually assemble a model, a 747 themselves, jokingly. But yeah, that and some very small die-cast ones as well, which are quite fiddly. They get dusty. Dust! Penfold Gaming, I wonder if they sold the plane yet. Talking about Everett's Air Cargo. Yeah, they need to shift that thing before they're going to end up selling it for a loss, I think, potentially. Beautiful C119, isn't it? Lovely old yeah, go on. Kind of derated, but fast. She's a clean jet as well, man. Make a note of that, GP. We'll have a look at that later. Oh. Screaming emu. Listen to this thing. Spooling down. Was that heading west towards the, going out over the top of me nearly? Where is that? He disappeared, or is he? He stopped trailing, isn't he? That is. We're going to grab that. I think that's not it. Well, you know, it is to be expected. You know, technical issues, technical things do happen. The amount of, oh, he's moved, and he's gone. Might have been a, don't think it's a wheel swap. Might have been a wheel swap, you never know. Ooh. Big heavy lump, innit? He's a big old boy. Wes, Anchorage, nice planes. Bobo, Martin P, good afternoon. Roy Redgate, this may be worthy of one of the month I will fly to Florida, and it will be 61st trip across the pond. Wow. Mirrors, Tim Rotunda, Port Angeles, Washington, aviation fan. There's an Emirates 38 somewhere at Heathrow. It's got 10 engine cars on. People standing around, that's the one we just, sorry, I'm miles behind, sorry folks. Good afternoon, Arjan, Singapore Airlines 350 from Adelaide to Singapore, best flight ever. There you go, Trev Lyon, Lee Smythe, it's back Boeing return the 727 source aviation future. YouTube video. I don't think so somehow. The 727. The Whisper Jet they called it. Didn't they call it 727? The Whisper Jet. A big old set of noisy old Pratt & Whitney's bolted to her, or whatever they were. Michael K. Jowl looks like a baby. Well, you think that's small, you want to see a 320 part next to them. Avro Arrow, racing car looking tail. Yes! He's talking about ETA there, I think. Wow, Martin Oldham recalls flying in Comets and Britannias. Wow. Hey, Martin, don't worry about it. I recall flying in a Britannia with me old man. Believe it or not. BA491, number 1 to London Heathrow, HGC. BA491, number 1 to London Heathrow. What's that all about? Yeah, Screaming Emu's on board, folks. Pilot with JetBlue and flying an aircraft that's powered by Pratt & Whitney engines. What eventualities are going to fall upon the likes of JetBlue and Spirit? Hawaiian, isn't it? With the issues centered around the Pratt & Whitney engines. 600 sets of engines, 1,200 in total, needing to be overhauled and recalled. Much like your car, if you get a new car. I've had a couple of recalls on the van in the past. And that's just a day's fix. These, by the sounds of it, are not a day's fix. Sounds like the engines are going to have to come off wing. Aircraft are going to need to be parked up, much like the old Trent 1000 crisis. Of course, then you have to ask yourself, you know, in terms of like they did with British Airways and Virgin Atlantic, ironically enough, COVID saved Rolls-Royce's bacon, literally, because of the grounding of flights meant that Rolls-Royce could work under a little bit more controlled conditions for getting those Trent 1000s off wing and fixed. Because obviously, as you can appreciate, these operators cannot afford any time to have their aircraft off the line. So fortunate for Rolls-Royce, COVID came along. But the only, you know, in the aviation sector, the only good thing to happen. Listen to these, aren't they? Wing wave. Setting the alarms off. Literally vibrating the ground here, folks. Setting those alarms off. Crazy, innit? Just tell me when that goes over the top, G. Over you at what position, so I get a geographical. Hear it coming, or
levelling out. Amazing. She's got another turn in her. She's definitely got another turn in her, that's for sure. Okay, got that. Awesome. Awesome. There's a Pratt & Whitney powered jet right there. Stephen Luscombe, Ram H, Ali, Panav. Panav, just, you know, good to see you here, Panav. Scream Emu. Airbus needs to give out the £5,000 maximum takeoff rate on the 220 for free with all engine issues. Everybody's having. Give out the £5,000 maximum takeoff up rate on the 220. Okay. Well, put it this way. I think that Pratt & Whitney are going to be not very popular, shall we say. G6NZNW, good afternoon to you. Eric Christensen, Kevin FB. What are we talking about here? We're talking about new engines overall. It won't be a case of new engines, it'll be the component that has got those issues. Microscopic, it was microscopic contaminants, I think. In part of one of the components of the core of the engine, whether that's a fan blade, whether that's one of the housings, I don't know, high pressure, low pressure, not good, whatever it is, because it sounds to me like it is a component that has to be swapped out. So that's not an easy fix. That means a strip down of the engine, a complete strip down of the engine, and the new part replaced. And that's not an easy, simple fix in terms of engine maintenance. Can I also say, folks, we have received a communique from somebody in America who was contacted by, go with me on this one, contacted by somebody posing as somebody who was working on behalf of Big Jet TV in terms of offering work. Okay, let me just say now categorically that we do not have anybody working on our behalf. From whatever agency they say they are, whoever they say they are, I can tell you now that there is nobody at Big Jet. We don't have any jobs. But in all seriousness, please, folks, don't get stung. We believe that this might be this nasty piece of work, Simon, what's his second name, Julie? Simon Davey in operation again. He's such a dimwit, he still uses his name, even though he's a convicted criminal, ladies and gentlemen. We can't get him off Twitter, but he is a convicted fraudster. Done it many times, has no feeling whatsoever for the individual with whom he's defrauding. He needs a slap, basically, but you can't do that, you know. You can give him a virtual one, but he deserves time behind bars, and hopefully he'll get his comeuppance one day. But just be aware, if you see his name anywhere, Simon Davey, folks, make sure, and this is not obviously any Simon Davey who goes by the same name, but yeah, he's a criminal. He's a criminal, ladies and gentlemen. If I had a little jail, I'd put him in it, and I wouldn't be very kind to him either. He'd get what he's entitled to in terms of human rights, but apart from that, he'd be working out lots of things every day for me, slopping out, cleaning the toilets. Blimey! Look at this thing. Wow, is that freighter? That's that freighter, isn't it? Flipping heck, that's got up quick. Adam Shioglu, I think it is. Shioglu. Adam, anyway, welcome to Big Jet TV, brand new member. Wow, this is a Qatar freighter, folks, just come out of the red bin. She's high. I don't think I've ever seen a 777 go up that quick. Looks like he's got a waistcoat on, look. Special livery on a freighter. Yeah, so just be aware of that, folks. We are looking into the whole business of this. These guys in America who've been approached by. It was by Simon Davey, wasn't it, Chilly? Oh, okay, yeah. But anyway, I can say what I like about him because he's a nasty piece of work. He's just a nasty piece of work. Complete and utter fraudster. Defrauded once, defrauded somebody out of a lot of money, saying that he would give the money to a charity. Took all the money himself for these lovely couple and their child. It was a cancer-related thing, wasn't it, Chilly, or something like that? Yeah. He's basically a scam artist, folks. Watch him, really watch him. So if anybody approaches you and says that they're recruiting on behalf of Big Jet TV for editorial and stuff like that, please, because that's what he used to do as well. Yeah, he's a nasty one. Honestly, man, honestly, if there was one day a week that you were allowed to smack someone in the face, free of charge, with not getting in any trouble, I'm sure I would be on the receiving end of that a lot. But to be honest with you, I would love to be able to do it to him. There's one person on this planet that I'd really like to give him a piece of my mind. It's him, because he's a nasty, horrible piece of work. How he can live with himself, I do not know. Scamming all these people, dirty little. Patrick Crimmins. And we have tried putting the authorities onto him, folks, but you know what? It's still in the hands of Thames Valley Police, but you know, these guys deal with thousands and thousands. They've got a huge backlog, man. So it's only when, yeah, he's just been given too leniency with the courts, you know. What amazes me is his bank, the fact that he's able to have a bank account. Take the bank account away from him, and then he'd find life a lot more difficult, wouldn't he? Q8. Nice. A330-200. What she's running looks like CF6s. Oh, is it an 800 Neo? Is it? Sorry, of course, an 800 Neo. I just looked up and I saw the spiky bit at the back of the engine. Sorry, my apologies. Of course, Q8. So the only operator that we can think of running the 800 Neo at this current time. So it's the equivalent of the A330-200 and the A330-300. Qatar jet. Yeah, please, mate. Cyril Solomons is a new member. Welcome, Cyril. Lovely to see you here. Lovely old name, Cyril, isn't it? Operations, runway operations, direction operations are all dictated to by the winds. At any airport, it's not a case of anything else other than the wind direction. Michael White has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Michael. Generous, very generous thing to do. Operations out of here today than there have been United. I know there's a big scrabble for the #1 status American carrier out of London Heathrow. I think United announcing 23 operations a day, is it? 23 operations, and American going a couple of steps further forward than that, with even more operations, or promise of more operations, should I say. Is that right? Oh, Ryanair 737 by any chance. That's another operator, isn't it? Ryanair, with their LEAP engines. They're a big operator, and could find themselves facing some difficulties with the that looks like KLM possibly, or is it Cap? No. Yeah. Turkish 321. 330, sorry, lining up. Leanne, welcome back, Leanne. Brand new member. No, a returning member. My apologies, Leanne. Sorry about that. Declan Dolan, 800 Neo operates Air Greenland Q8 with 4 Uganda Airlines 2. So only 7 aircraft in total. 7 A330 800 Neos. It's a big stream of brake dust coming off the mains there, folks. Proper old school CEO. it's nice and cool now. Wow. Okay, Royal Brunei coming out, I think. She or is she on top? No, she's coming out. She's configured for flight. I think that's that 350 APU that's fired up in it. That. Her APU running, isn't she? Certainly some sort of checks going on. Of course, a lot of stuff can be done doing a engine start from, you know, there's a manual engine start option on the engine, on these engines, so the ground worker can turn the engine over, run an idle test, I'm guessing. Panav, any more info on the ex-BMI British Airways hangar now sold to United? Panav, yes, it's in operation. The United hangar, which is sort of like behind us there, full operation now with United. I think that is, they call it the cathedral, don't they? It's a big old hangar, isn't it? Look at that, and then I mean obviously you can't get a 380 in there just because of the size restrictions, height restrictions for the tail, but she can fit a couple of few jets in there. I think I've seen times when I've seen at least 2 jets parked up in there. Michael Davey is a new member. Welcome, Michael. Screaming Emu also had C-17s come through and they pay per gallon, put it on the US government account. Deborah Davies, BA1 World 747's long gone, my friend. Long time ago. Finally, we've got a BA 380 taxiing out for departure, I think. Ian Austin, United hangar does not have any signage as of yet. Screaming Emu, he's off. Take care, my friend. Panav G6. Declan Dolan, 800 Neo, one order placed 20th of April 2023 for private use. Okay, there you go. One order placed. I think Airbus thought maybe that the 800 was going to feature a lot more on the order list, but not the case. There's a slightly longer range on it, doesn't it? The 800. Nice tight turn. Well, I don't know about that rain that was due at 4 o'clock. You got him on radar, do you think? Yes, it is. That's a long way, man. Armco barrier's gone straight into the Armco. Oh, really? Okay. Royal Brunei jet still making its way out down Sierra. John Hino tuning in from Finland. Good day to you, John. Hope everybody's well. Qatar jet's still sitting there, obviously waiting for the gate to empty. Might see a jet come out from T4 that he's waiting for. Bob M, recall the days when you were able to walk along the perimeter road and stop at the traffic lights by the BA maintenance hangar and watch the biggies and Concorde passing. Yes, Bob. That's a particular roadway, not that far away from me, over to my right here. I remember that. I remember back in the day when I was a lad. Shoeboxing, middle of road. Luxury. We had to live in rolled up newspaper. Yeah, I saw that. Climbing 350. Beautifully sculpted, blended wingtip, baked in an enclave. Yes, one thing that you can't do is carbon components like that cannot be multi-produced, can they? It has to be handmade. Ronald Alexander Flores Cantarero. What a name. Awesome name. Ian Morrison, Deborah Davies, Diesel 1-3 Scropey. Ian Austin. Miami, Ian. Should put that, pin that to the chat, Jilly. Just getting asked it all the time. Next American show, Miami. Due September the wow, he's gone up quick, isn't he? Look at that, flipping it. Looks like an A220 with those winglets. Is it? No, it isn't. It's an Embraer E175 E2. I think 175, 95. How quiet that thing is. It's a Pratt & Whitney powered jet. So maybe that's one airline, KLM, that have not being affected. Oh, it's not KLM, is it? It's Helvetic. Sorry, flown on one of those jets. Mikey van der Arren. Always lovely to hear old, you know, names from the past. Lovely to see you, Mikey. Hope you're well. Hope is your car. Yes. He's from the Edwardian era, is Mikey. He's got the best whistle in the world. Driving along in his big, massive car. Come on, Mikey. Hey, let's get out the skip hole. Next time we're there, let's coordinate so we can meet up with you, mate. Because he always brings those lovely fruity things, doesn't he? They're like giant jam tarts, aren't they? Oh, funky shot, missed a funky shot. Ah, gutted. No. Too late, Jerry, mate, too late. That was a good funky shot, that was. Gotta get funky, doodle-doo-doo, make it funky. Clive Clark. Rab H. Midks. Midks. Looking forward to September, October flying flipping egg season. Flipping XE, well, as in the winds and the rain and the cold and the... Devin Davis, Andrew Stanley, do BAE, made the whole wing up for the A350, including the winglet. BAE. Well, I'll be honest with you, Andrew, I think that the components of all these aircraft, you know, wings and... Is that something's firing up? Oh, look. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Is it firing it up? Idle engine run on that. Oh, been about idle. Can you hear that, folks? Some heat coming out the top of it. Running out in increments. Here we go. A slow run up. Shh. Simon Bennett. Yeah, listen to that. Oh! Oh, chilly, man. Listen to that. Now there is somebody on board that aircraft on the flight deck, obviously doing the engine runs. Fully got the chocks in on that one. That's Rob Brunei. Listen to this thing, man. Looks like I lifted. Check this out. Must be great sitting on that 777, flipping things, bouncing around probably with all the power on the brakes. How about you mind your own business? J-Mate got a big old nut on that 380 has, isn't it? Mike Spink, singing salesman. Good afternoon. Yeah, nice sound. Spooled down. Nice. Victoria Edwards Bank shot. Scropey aerodynamics. He knows that. I know what you're saying. Yeah, but then that just creates individual sort of like little groups of people that, you know, otherwise you're going to have to say hello to like 300 people, aren't you? It's just, you know, that's what creates little... Wow, look at this thing go, man! Wow! He's in a hurry. Or she's in a hurry. Or they're in a hurry. One hand on the yoke. Go fair. Fire her up again, I don't know. Penny Haskins. Going over Penny's house later. I'm not, the plane is. Samantha Norris. Don't worry about it, Samantha. It's absolutely fine. Hopefully the food's going to turn up soon because there's a bit of a lull down at the other end of the sea. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, when I was at Seattle, I looked to my right as I was walking over the walk bridge, and you can see inside one of the Delta hangars. And wow, the amount of engines they had in there was phenomenal. Never seen anything like it. Like something out of Storage Wars. Condensation. I think they might be firing that triple up again. Oh, here we go. Yeah, listen. Hear the air. Air starter's working. I think they're winding that. Oh, maybe not. I thought that was the pneumatic air, the compressed air going to the starter motor. turn the big fan, get the thing moving. Gemma Jules. Hopefully we'll see the Virgin fly over here soon. EGPX. Simon Dinsmore. Jim. HGC. Mark Towns. Good evening to you. Lovely evening to watch some aeroplanes. Indeed it is. Mark Thames. Scropey. Is he? Okay. Folks, stand by. Just going to go down and grab some food. 2 seconds. Tra la 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 la. Oh. We've got maintenance crews over there working away. Rob Van Roy has gifted a membership. Thanks, Rob. Phil Sky. Mark Chandler, is that JAL A380 between the two Emirates? It's a JAL 777, I think you'll find, or 787, one of the two. I think it's a triple. Let's see. And the, I'm going to say triple. Yes. Should see. One of those bad boys pushing back in a little while, folks. Rob Van Roy, Deborah Davies. No chance, none whatsoever. I would bet my life on it that that Concorde will never fly again. Kieran the pilot, nice to be at the gym watching planes at the same time. And what did we say? Right on cue. Oh, okay. This is the one that supposedly had issues with one of her engines. Oh, Tony McCall saying the faraway 380 is the broken one. Okay. Yeah. Chancey Incorporated Limited. Yeah. Oh. It's actually an air compressor downstairs. It's not the engine start of G90. Yes, Calvin, that's right. Emirates going to increase operations by adding 777-300 service 5 times a week into London Heathrow, and then stepping up even more operations of the 380 during the winter season as well, apparently. As far as I'm aware, the 380s on order with Emirates are the 350s still on order with Emirates are still in the pipeline. Addie Francis, when a plane is taken out of commission like Concorde, the planes that go into an air museum, are the engines taken out or do they keep To be honest with you, Ali, if the conditions are right, they will leave the engines in the aircraft. Sometimes the aircraft will get flown to the facility if there's an airstrip there. Like, for example, the B-52 at Duxford, inside the US Air Force hangar. Was that flown to Duxford? It's got a long enough runway. But the old warbirds generally will have their engines, that will keep their engines attached. HGCEK30 is number 7. David Cannard. I think he might be right in terms of the removal of engines, of the Concorde engines. I think these ones on this aircraft here, on Bravo, were removed. However, some of the static displays at Duxford, for example, and also the ones at Brooklands. I think the engines on the Brooklands Concorde were also removed. Clive Clark. Concorde was flown in Joe before they built the M11 as it shortened the runway length. Now, I'm not talking about Concorde, Clive. I'm talking about the B-52 that's out. At Duxford. Hempress Alex, Swiss Airlines are getting new 350s in 25 if everything goes to plan. Wow. Swiss, that'll look good, wouldn't it? Tony recall the engine on the BA747 that were reserved was swapped out after it flew there for older or dummy units. Talking about how BOAC and BEA led to the demise of the British aircraft industry. How do you work that one out? BOAC and BEA, obviously they merged to create British Airways. How would that lead to the demise of the aircraft industry? Interesting. Okay. JF Bryson, do you have any contact with Volkers and Epper? I think even if I did, I'd have to say no. Antonov Airlines are my go-to. Nev tuning in from Austria. Good day to you, Nev. Quiet at the moment, folks. Stand by. Martin P. The B-52 at Duxford was flown in, but almost no fuel, and the motorway was closed for it. Wow. I just heard someone call me name. God knows where they are. Wow, Stephen Hawkes was at Duxford when the B-29 landed. Wow. And was grounded. Well, it just went there to go there, didn't it? Just as a static display. It's quite strong, that sun. Oh, what sun? Yeah, Avro Arrow. Fly tipping is people who dump their rubbish at the side of the road. Fly tipping is nothing to do with aviation. No. It's when dirty scumbags leave their trash and their unwanted items at the side of the road instead of taking their time to just take it down the tip, wait till they get home and put it in the trash, or do whatever they should be capable of doing. And anyone who dumps trash out their window as well, shame on you. Lazy sods. Put it in the side pocket of your car, or take a bleeding, you know, take a plastic bag with you, mate. You know, you don't have to throw it out the window, you dirty little so-and-so. I notice that a lot with it, you know, and I'm not saying that all taxi drivers are the same, but, you know, I've got a taxi rank, you know, half a mile from me, and they come and sometimes sit down the end of the road. You just leave their McDonald's wrappers on the floor, and it's just like, one of these days I'm going to catch one of them at it. And I will literally pick it up and go and throw it straight back in their car. Whilst ranting at the same time. Way you little. I don't like people like that. Sarah Deal in celebration of my red star. There we go. Congratulations, Sarah. Ah, so Sarah Deal has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Sarah. Seal. Ops teams making the crows fly away for 2 minutes. When they drive away, they'll come straight back.
72 arrived in 83. Wow. Lucky people who were there to see it out. Of course, they've got a. They've got a VC. I think they've got a VC. They've got a VC10 at Duxford, like they have at. I think it's. Certainly got an old BEA Trident up there, I know that. Who's that? Was that from YouTube or something? Oh. Thanks, Mike. 64.4 million views of what? Or is that overall? Another 330 Neo. Nice shot. Unless it was beneficial to the emergency teams. Depends on the severity of the yeah. Yeah, if you're wondering, if you're new to Big Jet TV, folks, it's worthy of a subscribe. Hit that subscribe button and make sure that you hit all notifications as well, because that way you won't miss when we're live. Of course, we're live twice a week for our domestic shows, Wednesdays and Sundays, and of course we do head overseas as well. Beautiful 767. Yeah, poor old Boeing are getting it from all corners at the moment, aren't they? I think their NASA program as well, one of their NASA programs has hit a dead end. NASA and Boeing, but basically Boeing, because NASA put their you know, their signature to it, it's their responsibility for covering any losses that the program makes. And as it stands at the moment, it's a huge loss-making venture, that particular space program.
listen to those XWBs, man. She's light. See the difference in the wing profile between the Airbus and the Boeing. No flaperons on the Airbus, just outboard ailerons, and gonna let this one go through the shop, folks, because I've got a 380 about to roll. Another 767. Possibility that there may have been a notification given out by the by departing aircraft that there's quite a lot of bird activity, which is why these guys and girls are doing what they're doing down on the perimeter track there. Yeah, I think it's called the Starliner, the Boeing/NASA project. Boeing, the project's lost $1.1 billion so far. Crazy, crazy numbers. Told me that apparently Lee's flying in the 380. Check when that was. I said, she said, are you going to be at Heathrow on such and such a date? Let's just see if I've missed it. It was inbound anyway. See, I think he's stopping over for the night. Lee flying into London Heathrow on Wednesdays. My own sister. You do a show on that day, don't you? It's as bad as my sister Bridget, you know. Normally, that might be him there actually. That might be Lee there. Bridget's got my name on her phone. I'm her brother, yeah. My name on her phone is Jeremy Dyer. Yeah, it could be him. Here comes that hybrid 330 jet. Passenger to freight, P2F conversion. Yes, the Starliner was a manned spacecraft project, wasn't it, between Boeing and NASA? And I think because it was Boeing's baby, they're responsible for any losses that are made, and so it's another $1.1 billion gone down the pan, isn't it? Great shame. Oh no, it's Bulgarian or whatever it is, isn't it? It could be over the other side of it. Well, you know, I only need to shout when there's a lot of ambient noise around me, you know, like over at the yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, and it's popping perfectly on the sender unit as well. Sniper, it's a full-time business. Big Jet TV is a limited company, and of course we, you know, full-time. You couldn't do this kind of thing part-time, man. And you're right. And I mean, can you imagine if I was working another job? Yeah. Sorry, lads, I'm off to New York next week. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit windy out today. I'm not coming into work. Oh, hello, John. Yeah, hello, Jerry. Oh, hello. Yeah, I've got a really bad sore throat today. Oh, is that the same one you had last week? Well, funny enough, yeah, it is, yeah. Oh, it's blowing a gale today again, isn't it? Yeah, well, yeah, it is, yeah. Here, you're nothing to do with that bloke on YouTube, are you? Who's that? Who's that then? Who? What, eh? Hello? Hello? Oh, it's really bad lines. Part-time job. Fair play. I haven't been asked that question for a long, long time. Yeah. I'm not going to start talking about Concorde again. I refer to my previous answers in the aforementioned previous thing, Eddie. Just rewind it. Oh, it's the state of any aircraft that would be left for any length of time. Any of these aircraft weren't cleaned. Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to go into it. Lordy. Thank you, River Phillips. Wow, that sun is very... Jan Clark, yes. I think we've all done it, haven't we? Hold on a minute, let me get this right. Smoke 20 fags before I start. Hello, Zinedine. Oh, hello. Is that John? Anyway, whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that, people. It's not a good thing. We've all done it, though. Tail looks as if 380, as it's 380. Oh, okay, yes. That's why somebody thought it was a JAL 380 earlier on. Easy mistake. Sniper 9. Getting involved. Good to see you, folks. Hope everybody's well. Having a good time wherever you are. Working hard. Enjoying life. Sitting on a lounger right now. Drink in hand. Sound of the water rushing against the rocks. Stranded on a beach. Just their phone. Gonna run out of power. Daffod.
Eh?
Yeah. Sniper visiting, planning to visit every state in the USA. Would love to visit Dallas due to its history and sheer size. Love from the UK and Kosovo. Sniper 9. Wow, that's a big old. Every state in the US. Oh, it's doable though, isn't it? It's a big schedule. Richard Silito, Melody, EGPX. Take care, EGPX. Off for a walk round London. Cool. It shows the date on there, doesn't it, Julie? Yeah. We've already had a US show this month, folks. Obviously, we were in Anchorage right at the beginning of the month, so that's why it's going to seem like a long time between US shows this time around. But yeah, end of September is the Miami show. Obviously, staying at the same place and hoping to get. That's another thing. It's a bit of a hit and miss, sort of like, you know, like a bit of a shot in the dark with regards to the hotel where we're staying. We've booked the balcony hotel, the room with a balcony. But what is super important, and luckily we were very well looked after last time we were there. Be the third time we've stayed there, so it will be on their books, but you need to have a balcony that doesn't have a screen in it. Wow, she's going up early, man. Just goes to show. Wow, look at that. Big line of brake dust. Crazy high, that is. You could really hear those fan blades clattering away, couldn't you? I met, what's his name? What was his name, the little young lad, Julie? His uncle? Wilson and Simon. Simon was sporting a new Big Jet TV baseball cap, the thruster cap, same one as I've got, but he's got the black one. Gotta get myself a black one. It looks dark grey, it's like almost like a graphite, gunmetal grey. Yeah, go on, Sam. just lifted off. Such a shame. Yeah, she's in a hurry. Yeah, sending him out to the left. Is that boat slash ship, Jilly, or? Oh. Where's that then? Great if it's in Miami. Sorry about that. Is it? Interesting, interesting. Autopilot, we are, oh, that's a joke, okay. See little tiny incremental movements on the flaperons, folks. Behind the engine there, see that piece of wing that's moving? That's the inboard slow speed aileron, I think. High speed aileron, slow speeds are on the outboard, I think. This thing's going to go up quick, man. It's going to be about 20,000 feet by the time it reaches us. Rebecca Weaver, good afternoon. James the drummer. Oh, it's a nudist beach, Jenny. Shouldn't do that, mate, because, you know, you might well know it, but, you know, you've got no idea how Anyway. I have to go out there streaming in my birthday suit, Jilly. Okay, well. Wow. The sun is so intense, man. Needs to grab hold of some of that cloud, doesn't it? Kelvin Grant, 09 operations, is it left for Asia and right for USA? No, either way, Kelvin, to be perfectly honest with you. Right and then straight for Asia, full right, 180 literally degree turn for the United States of America. Dave Beeler, brakes applied to the mains, nose wheels have snubbers, yes. What he's talking about there is the main gear has its own braking system, which is automatically activated when the gear up lever is selected, and the snubs are on the inside. Sometimes they're either sort of like a nylon material or brushes, depending on the size of the aircraft. bleeding haircut. Krish. They take off with auto brakes to max. Nice. Over in the maintenance area today. Well, I say maintenance area, it's sort of like a parking bay where sometimes these aircraft may get worked on depending on the weather conditions, on-wing repairs or minor technicalities, just inspections, that kind of thing. They will do their utmost to minimise the usage of the hangars, of course, because that is generally used for somewhat more important maintenance. I've certainly noticed they generally tend to do maintenance on the APUs when they're in the what's that? You're talking about a rogue potential. Okay. Wouldn't be surprised. I've summer 8. Oh, Dave Beeler, Airbus nose wheels have belts. Look like chainmail. Wow. Got to see a picture of that. Tom 81 Korean 747 heading your way. Just watched it fly over here in Buckhurst Hill. Sounds like a lovely place, Buckhurst Hill, doesn't it? We're hoping that she's going to go rogue, folks. We're hoping that she's that Korean 747 freighter is going to land on the land on this runway, which they generally do a lot of the times. Well, I say generally do. They do. It has been known because obviously they only have to go a very short way to get to their destination, i.e. the bread bin, which is just to the left of us there. Martin Pete, good evening. Oh, she's going in on the okay, she's coming in on the northern, right. Fair enough. Suit yourself. Al Winter, good day to you, Al. Deborah Davies, is a door at the very front of the A380 just for crew? No, Deborah. Door at the front of the A380 is also for, it's rarely used, put it that way, but it is there because it needs to be there, because they have to have a minimum number of doors. Right at the front, are you sure? Did we go through the first class section then? Okay, yeah. Depends on the operator. Yeah, that front door is used. Of course, they have over-wing exits as well, which are doors. But yeah, indeed, yes. We. I think I went on that L1. That's known as left 1, door L1, on the 380 British Airways and with Emirates. Nigel Armstrong not lining up for it. Michelangelo, a good coat paint on that old that's great. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Personally, I quite like it. I quite like the old look about it. There's some old sheds at Los Angeles as well that I had a good look at. Some of which have still got old airline names on them, or Al's Shipping or something like that, you know. Nigel Armstrong, Korean, is 4th out, 747. Autopilot, take care, all the very best to you. Always fun to hang out. Thank you very much indeed. Trev Lyon, Chris Clark. Rab Sniping there. Good to see people getting involved in the chat today. More people. That's Kenya taxiing down Sierra, followed by Bangladesh. It's going to be tough getting a shot of that 747 because they're because of the sun glare. Suffering succotash. Mirrors, Korean Cargo 747, finals third out. She's not far off now, about 1900 feet. Nice looking jet, I like that. Off to Barcelona. Good time there. Chris Clark, sniper. Jerry, the moment of traffic sounds wrong. Alethea. Yes, indeed. Queen of the skies. We will get a look at her. I'd imagine that she's probably, well, yeah, I'd imagine that she'll, just seeing if I can hear her laying it on. What's this? That looks like a Max. It is a Max, isn't it? Grown more and more fond of the 737 since doing Big Jet TV all those years, starting Big Jet TV all those years ago. Just love it as an aeroplane. Workhorse, isn't it? Certainly was a workhorse back in the day. Back in the war. HCC Max 8. Quick look at 747 taxiing, then it's bacon and eggs, Nigel Armstrong. In prison. Come along, Armstrong, one more plane and that's your lot. Lights out! Sniper 9. I don't know. I think the whole design of the Max winglet. Well, I say the Max winglet, the scimitar winglet on the 737. 9 and Max. Was it the 737-9 NG and then the Max? followed suit, but with a ever so slight different design to the tip of each winglet. Take care, Kim. All the very best. Hope you've enjoyed today's show, folks. .747. From what I'm seeing, she's done a full 180 and she's taxiing down, is it Zulu or the other one? Kevin Pride, no, we won't be getting a little sneaky peek, although I'd love to, but no, it's suited and booted tomorrow for me. Got the head of health and safety, so all. But if you do want a sneak peek, just look on our library, folks. A lot of people will have seen that, but we've got a new position which we're finalising tomorrow. Literally putting pen to paper. Jazz. I think the deal there, Jazz, is that the airline, the manufacturer paints the aircraft for them. If they have the aircraft or the name of the manufacturer displayed. As far as I'm aware. Wow. 787. I was hoping the atmospheric conditions today might have favoured some overwing vortex, or floofage as we call it. We found out who it was, by the way, folks, who gave us the "in thrust we trust" statement. It was when we were at the Paris Air Show. Jilly very cleverly remembering. Lakenheath, sorry, Lakenheath show. Oh yeah, that was it, yeah. Paris Air Show was the 777X and Lakenheath was "in thrust we trust." Did I lose you, Jilly? Or are you still there? Okay. It went doo doo. Oh, there she is. Just bleeding missed it, didn't I? Oh well. Ah! Nick Gray, any 747s. There you go, Nick, right there. So probably not carrying a lot of weight, I wouldn't have thought. In trust, we trust. Wow, Deborah Davies, Bolivia de Aviation 737 had a hard landing and broke off the lower winglet on the runway. Blimey. Yeah, that's got to be a very hard landing, isn't it? Blimey. Take him all the way down that taxiway? Surely not, because they'd have to. She'll cross halfway. Any moment now, she's going to make a left turn, I think. Mike James, Korean 747 in from Frankfurt. So I don't think she's going to be carrying that much. Stream in the world, Gilly. It's got Concorde in view. You know, in its forward. Well, yeah, kinda. But don't forget that it was. Yeah. But it was somebody. I've got to own up. It was somebody on Big Jet TV, Gilly, who called it that, who named it that. Yeah, it's a Big Jet TV thing. Yeah, it's not an official term. No. If you look it up on Wikipedia, it's not going to say. A term occasionally used by Jerry Dyer on Big Jet TV. Mind you, you could do that, couldn't you? Could do it on our wiki page, couldn't you? Yeah. I did coin shed effect. And pilots use it as well, don't they? Oh, Canada. Jumbo's still sitting there, mate. See, all they had to do was bring her in on this runway, and then they would have, all that waiting around. Oh, this is low. This is low. Nice. Yeah, minimum spend at the courtyard is, I think around about 30 quid, isn't it? 30 pound nits. You have to book it. If you want to go out on the top terrace at the courtyard, you also have to pre-book. You can't just walk in there. And also, you know, buy a burger and a drink or something, you know. Depends on who you're going with, whether you're able to sort of like, you know, I think it's per person as well. So you can't have like 30 of you all spending £1. Because I know there would be people who try that on, wouldn't there? We'll of course try and give you an update tomorrow as well, folks, regarding the still sitting there, man. I'd say that's a little bit of a unfortunate sort of like, you know, why did they bring her in on the left-hand runway? She could have been offloading her cargo by now, or there nearabouts, or thereabouts, sorry. Nearabouts. Yes.
That's a little bit so far. Bloody rubbish!
Nick Gray, this is a great spot. Thanks, Nick. Well, thank you to our dedication in trying to bring the best positions around Heathrow that we can get you, folks. Endlessly trying to do that. I think we've got our ultimate position for 09s, 09 arrivals, that is, which we are finalising tomorrow. Fredio. Jules Harris. Scott Amos. Cal freighter, yeah. She's a good-looking jet. Tango Kilo, yeah? Oh, okay. I always have it of, okay. There you go. Wow, look at the dust being kicked up like that. Kicking up a load of dust. Yeah, nice Iberia 330. E1, rotate. .380 to Joburg coming soon, Claire Bear saying. Throwing them out. Track this one out. Still stopping at time just to cool the tyres. Air France bringing their little 318 in as opposed to a 220. Maybe that could be related to engine problems with the 220, I don't know. Nice Chinese trip. Like it. I want to get that main deck cargo door open. ASAP. ASP. Yeah. Thanks, like I say, late 380. Oh, 380, 220. Of course, those pilots will be tight rate on the 220 as well. Early birdie, short plane, yeah. Smallest of the Airbus options. Yeah, I think it might be because a lot of operators having issues with the 220 engine, Pratt & Whitney powered engines, that is. All of the 220s are Pratt & Whitneys. So those issues that KLM were having with their Pratt & Whitney engined aircraft before, some time ago, is that related to these microscopic elements found inside some metallurgy? It's a metal related issue, isn't it? Concorde 444, yes, it is quite a rare beast, especially recently. London Heathrow. We have been seeing them using that little 318 recently, however. Steps going up to L1 on the Korean 747, and that main deck door will at some point soon be cranked open. Alan Roberts' Airbus Dinky range. Give us your belly, come on. Roll over, roll over. Hot rod. John Gooding, why was the 318 built? What's the difference between that and the 319? Length, John. Seating capacity. 318 may have a little bit more range, just because it's smaller, I'm not sure. Still packed in with the CFM56 engines. Is that, yeah, you can see the trucks there waiting to receive the freight. Alan Robbins, contaminated material used in the blade manufacture. Ah, now I did mention the combustor blades earlier on, or the, wow, look at this shot. The internal core blades, the high pressure turbine blades, potentially something related to that, and that may be what it is. Turkish go left. Nice turn. It's the carbon satcoms blister. Of course, there's many more bristles. These aircraft literally bristle with a high number of antennae, and all serving a different purpose. A couple of ATC ones in there, I believe. Ethiopian 350 on radar, Joe Thompson saying. Okay, is she being taken to gate, or is she coming out? Doors opening up. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. John Sharretts. Chris Clark, adieu. Thanks, John. Joe Thompson, Logan Air. Ah, look at that wee Logan Air. Dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet, Captain. Can't get the fleeting thing high enough. Serving drinks already. Get that, Dunya. Got some wee haggis baits for dinner today. Do they have haggis bites in Scotland? You know, like a fast food version? I don't know. Do they? Like, is that something I've just started and I should put in there? Haggis bites, maybe a Scottish flavour of crisps. Alan Robbins, you'll have had your tea. Squawk 8460 Sniper and I. That plane is such a Claire Bear. Okay. Well, you wouldn't say that if you flew on it, Claire. But there you go. Each their own opinion. Here is Logan Air off to Dundee. Oh, hey, Airways matchmaker. Logan is 318. With their LATR. Great aircraft. And certainly... Oh, no, is it? Oh, sound like, what's his name there? Oh, no. Ballyconnell, that's it. Yeah, right. Oh no, Space Needle. Good day to you, Lars McHaggies. Welcome all our new subscribers, by the way, folks. A good day to you. Hope you're all well. Of course, I'm reading out comments from my members. Hello, what's that all about it? Is he on his way in? Is he in the holding pattern, that 330? CEO with Virgin Atlantic. It's just come out of the hold, perhaps. Still 10,000 feet, something like that, maybe. Jerry McDyer. Hey, laddie. Coming off. going on. Highly unlikely there's stuff going on, I would have thought. It's all coming off. Look how quickly they get that stuff off, man. What's that then? It's just an oddly palletised piece of freight. Thought for a moment it might be an engine. Given that it's got some kind of cylindrical shape to it. Kleber, she was holding over Woking. Fares, I don't prefer either, to be honest with you. Fares, Virgin or BA, you know, great. Both are great carriers to work with, and of course all the other airlines that I've flown with as well. You know, if you have a bad experience, it's generally, you know, related to a cabin experience with perhaps a grumpy member of crew or something like that, who sort of like makes your flight with them, but you soon forget it. You soon forget it. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. So this is an airline that was having issues with their Embraers, or should I say, their engines. The E175 E2, Pratt & Whitney powered, and yeah, there's another one in the hole, Chilly, look. It's interesting, isn't it? Sri Lankan 330 going to be coming in. Is that Ockham? It's just come out of. Max S2. Good day, good evening. David Beeler, Pratt & Whitney engine problems affect the 320neo. Some 200 engines by September may require inspection. Current production engines not affected. 320neo. I heard that it was somewhere in the region of 1,200 engines. That's what I've read on the New York Post. That is just at the US carriers or what, but yeah, certainly an issue. It's a recall. It's a total recall, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day, not all. You know, it's batches, isn't it? Batches of engines that, obviously, the metallurgy is the issue. Microscopic contamination of parts, metal, parts of the engine. The core is what I heard, which is whether that's the casing or whether that's the actual blades themselves or what. Much of that is kind of the same sort of problems that these guys with Virgin Atlantic and British Airways had with their Trent 1000 engines on their Dreamliners, as did many operators around the world. And like I said earlier, they were lucky. Rolls-Royce were saved by COVID, literally, because you know, how does it work? In terms of you know, an engine manufacturer having to recall engines, and therefore those aircraft are unavailable to fly. I mean, Spirit were looking at re-engineing their fleet temporarily. Well, there is no fix. It has to be that engine. to roll. Max Airport Heathrow need to clean their air bridge. Okay, which one? Jan Stanley, we are going to Miami again. Says it at the top. Oh wow. Beautiful bank from about 3:30, but we're going to grab this 380. Here we go. $100 knots. Wow, she's going up early. Already reaching that critical V1 speed. Oh, she's noisy. Look at this. She's still pretty low. Well, I don't think this one's gonna go out on time. Not with that 20-minute odd delay of sitting on the runway or sitting on the taxiway. I can't imagine. So, welcome everybody if you're watching for the first time. Big Jet TV live on Wednesdays and Sundays. Make a note of it, Wednesdays and Sundays. If you're new to Big Jet TV and you're a new subscriber, make sure you hit that notification button, folks, and put all for your notifications as well, because we don't want you to miss anything. We also have an app which you can download free of charge, no in-app purchases or anything like that. It is literally another tool for you to use, where you can see special offers about getting a free sticker and other show notifications as well. So always good when you subscribe to the channel, folks, and a very warm welcome to you. Of course, all of the chat that I'm reading out is my members who are in green, highlighted in green on the chat. Big Mac has gifted a membership. Thanks, Big Mac. Yeah, it's worth getting the app, folks, if you're a true aviation fan or not. It doesn't really matter, to be perfectly honest. It's just if you want to join into our live streams. Of course, we go live from airports around the world, literally. Primarily, we spend at least one part of a couple of days over in the United States every month. End of next month we're in Miami. Beginning of this month we were in Anchorage, and so on and so forth. We obviously do European shows as well. These are for member only. This is member only content, folks. But we literally It does what it says on the tin. Lloyd Bell, that BA 772 that was parked next to you earlier today, Jerry, is now taxiing for departure. Wow, there you go. There you go. Have I missed that? Oh, no. Stephen Bale. Take care. All the very best to you, Neil Garland. Carl Jones, Rab, Stoneman, JD Stone. The app is great. There we go. Developed by ourselves. Jilly, obviously doing the technical side of it. You know, all the knitting and the sewing was involved in it. Pearl 1, Stitch 3. But yeah, it's a good handy tool to have in your pocket. If you get a ping off of it, you know that we've got something to tell you. Exempt fan. My brother is on the Vistara flight landing at Heathrow from Delhi right now. Okay, well, Vistara, are we? You can hear that 777 starting up. Listen to that. Trev Line, I don't have an internet phone. Paul Woolley tuning in from Torremolinos. Watney's Red Barrel. Depends on your device. You can obviously download the app on devices that have app download capability, if you see what I mean. Vinnie Jones, good evening to you, miles high. Show from Dubai all the way to Alaska. Yes, he's right, you know. Don't forget Japan in that as well. Well, Jacqueline, put your name down and you'll more than likely get a membership gifted, because we've got a great, generous group of people here on Big Jet TV who, and that is our way of giving back to the community as well, folks. Okay, it's a revenue stream, but you know, rather than it coming directly to us and us doing what we like with it, we'd rather that money be used to give other people membership and give them an idea of what it's like to be a member on Big Jet TV. Yeah, you know, it's first class as well, is gifted membership, so you get to come out with us to the big shows. Joe Thompson, All Nippon and Asiana on radar. Let's wait to see what's up. Okay, is this 777-200 that was... No, that's a Dreamliner, isn't it? Is that 777-2? Is that him there, possibly? It might be. Yes, of course, we have no control over who is chosen as a member. It is literally lucky dip, innit, really, at the end of the day. First fill, 59. He's going for it, isn't he? Go on, son. I think the next call, contact departures 1187. Goodbye. Pretend pilot. We've all done it, eh? Hey? Now sometimes they take stuff off and then they might put it back on. I know it sounds crazy, but I just can't. You sometimes find that some pieces of freight are need to come off in order to get access to the other pieces of freight, which have to come off, and then the other pieces of freight go back on, if you see what I mean. That one that I thought might be an engine, you saw, I think he's going back. I think that's going back on. Alan Robbins' Big Jet library of past streams is fantastic. Yeah, we've done a lot and been along a lot of places, man. It's Shadow, Jerry's Sri Lankan 330. Ah, we were talking about approaching and arriving aircraft. First of all, that Sri Lankan 330 that we saw coming out of the hold, and of course, this ANA triple. Still getting multiple views, even today, like 2 years plus after the event. Is it 2 years plus, or is it 1 year plus? 1 year and 8 months or something like that, I don't know, whatever. See, there you go, it's going back on, whatever that is. Can't come on here, son. So that means, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that procedure. See how quick those guys and girls work. Now it's just all about the slot. Was due to leave at 8 something, wasn't it? That Korean 747. Come on, son! It's going back on, isn't it? Might be an engine. I don't think so. Maybe they're not that small. So they need to access. D-Stew just amazes me, the synchronisation that needs to happen to run a big airport like this. D-Stew, yeah. What was it, 80 million people visited York last year, Gilly? Easy. The whole of the globe visited York, yeah? I wonder why there's a big hole there. No, eight something million. Well, they certainly had a lot more than that coming through Heathrow, didn't they? So you can imagine a big city, folks. I say York because it's obviously very popular for tourists. It's a tourist destination. How many people visited Windsor Castle last year? Things like that you need to consider, and then look at the volume of people. Is this our 777 that we saw earlier on? Oh, this is Japan Airlines. Is that maybe it? I don't know. He's on tow and he must be. He's pointing this way. What's he doing going this way? So how many people went, how many passenger, what was the passenger numbers for London Heathrow in 2022? Just look that up, Gilly. Passenger numbers for Heathrow 2022. they 66, Jilly? Wow. So on average, 20 million passengers a year they handle. Yeah, I know, yeah. Oh, last year was 61 million, wow. Oh, wow, that's insane, man. Okay. Oh, hello. We got more stuff coming off there, or have they managed to sort of like put that piece on and then shift other stuff? I'm surprised they haven't. Obviously, nothing coming off the very back of it because they haven't got the jack at the back. The jack at the back. He's still going around and round, that fella, isn't he? 60+ million versus an average tourist destination around about 8 million. So just the numbers are staggering, ladies and gentlemen. So you have to sort of like give a lot of thought to the folks here at Heathrow and any international airport, of course, that handles that staggering number of people. Think of all the baggage, think of all the freight, the personnel, just the security, did I say freight? Yeah, I did. Just numbers, just unbelievable numbers, man. Very, very impressive. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Crazy to think, is that the jet that we saw parked next to us at maintenance earlier on today? And there she is. So it was obviously just a minor sort of like, you know, technical issue that flagged up. You know, it could be something related to, you know, the IFE, you know, in the flight entertainment. Could be a minor engine related issue. AIRBUS. Wow. AIRBUS. Yeah. Thank you, Aldert has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Aldert, that's a lovely thing to do. It's not typos, Albert. Wow. Later on, we're ready to go. Wow, that's insane. More people going through this airport than Disney World. Incredible, yeah, 3 times, 3 times. Fares 777s are ruling the day. Mrs. Floofage, another gifted membership. Very fortunate. Let's get that 747 turnaround. That jet may well end up here. In fact, I think it will, because there's somebody waiting to receive it. Koreans' turn. Dave Beeler, UK population estimates for 2023 is 67.7. So as many people go through this airport as there are people in the UK. It's the bottom line. That's incredible, man. Incredible. I just got goosebumps about tomorrow. Butterflies, sorry. Not goosebumps, butterflies. You know, isn't that funny, man? Nearly 60 years old and still getting butterflies about aviation. How cool is that? Hello, wait a minute. What's going on here? What's all that about, eh? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Cool butterflies though, man. Cool butterflies. You know, like... Rahul Golia is a brand new member. Rahul, a very warm welcome to you. He wasn't waiting for that. He was waiting for that one to push back that 350, methinks. Right, come on, John, bring her back, bring her back. Lovely, lovely. Right you are, John. Thank you. Look, he's pointing his head round the corner. Hello, hello. These Stu. What's happening tomorrow, Joe Thompson? We have a meeting to secure a new position for bringing you even more entertainment here on Big Jet TV at London Heathrow, folks. So just stand by and we will announce the confirmation tomorrow. What's that there on the window, Margaret? Condensation. Rahul, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm going to wear my suit. Big pair of Dr. Mines. No, actually, funny enough, I do have to wear health and safety clothing for tomorrow, because I will be up on the roof. Up on the roof. A lot of people all know what it is. You know, we new position. If you look down the library, down the list of our shows recently, we did a show from what was called the New Position. Oh, funky shot, funky shot. He's just flown through it. Ah. Now, as he turns that way, you might get to see the wheel, the front wheel assembly, lifted up by the jack system. Nope. Not exactly a caravan, is it? See, even a brand new 350, or not I say brand new, but even a beautiful new aircraft like that. Look at the bleed on the under the door there, folks. That's what happens from tyre smoke and rubber and debris and all that. Look at the state of that 380, man. Look at her windows, weepy windows. On a street, weepy windows. And that's what I'm talking about with Concorde. You wash her tomorrow, within weeks, within a very short period of time, you get the weepy windows. So it's one of those sort of things that's, you know, it's a great shame. Yeah, we all agree it's a great shame, but, you know, other than encasing her or, you know, putting her in something, it just doesn't work. Oh, missed it. We missed it. Right, folks, we're looking for that 747 to come on radar. Rahul, we got you, mum friend. And there we go. All dirt, Al Dirt. Give them 5 memberships. We got that earlier. I know. Just right. So what we're looking for is for that L1 door to close and the steps to move away, and then we know that that 747 is de-stew. No, that all the dirt is not up in the atmosphere, my friend. All the dirt and grime is down here on the ground. Engine exhaust, rubber, brake debris, all sorts of dust and general ground debris that gets flown into the wind. And the thing is that obviously one thing you need to consider is moisture. When moisture is on a surface and you put anything on it, like dust or grime or brake dust or anything like that, it will form a layer of grubbiness, which is it's exactly the same as what happens with your alloy wheels and your car. You know, you go and get your car cleaned, and 2 days later it looks like it did before you took it to get it clean. You know, it's basic principles of you know, science or physics or whatever it is. Come on, man. Come on, count this up. Let's go. Let's grab ourselves a little bit of this, shall we? Alan Robbins, you said it. That's exactly it, my friend. Yeah, as you can see, the flow. Is that a 4-engine jet? Looks like a jumbo jet. Is that a jumbo? Westbound. Wow, look at that, man. Oh my goodness me. Have a look at that. Wow, man. You know, what can you say about that? What a beautiful image, man. All that beautiful water condensation. Come on, get that L1 close, son. Get a move on. transport in Kent, ANA 777 just flew over me, sounded good. TCC Freddie, oh, looks like space shuttle taking off. Yes, John M. Jerry, don't forget lubrication of the rudder, elevators and flaps will run off when met with rain. Yeah, but John, I've got to be honest with you, if there's a leak of lubricants, i.e. hydraulic fluids, that'll be fixed. You know, if there's any slight drop in pressure, it's a seal that needs to be, it's something that needs attention. Generally, the stuff that you see on the wings of these, on the wings of jets, all of the grime and rubber. Sorry. Lost it this time. No, all the stuff you see on the wings is generally related to condensation on the wing mixing with rubber and tyre smoke and exhaust as well over periods of time. That's what all that grubbiness is on the flaps. The same with the back end of the aircraft, where you see around the APU is very grubby. Obviously the APU runs very hot. Obviously not the alloy around it, but the exhaust that comes out of the APU will blow the exhaust around, and with the that mixed with the condensation, of course you've got what's that all about it? Oh, look at that. Icelandair ghost ship. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, isn't she lovely? The APU is also the apex where everything flows within the airflow. Yes, indeed, it's the last point of the aircraft where the airflow goes across. So any debris and, like I say, tyre rubber, which is, you know, tyre rubber, I say, you know, but just particles of rubber, particles of dust and dirt and grime is washed down the aircraft, and then literally that's the last port of call when it gets to the back of the aircraft. So that's why you get a lot of grubbiness underneath the elevator. It's not, sorry, underneath the rudder. It's not leaking fluids or oils or anything like that. Very rare that you get anything like this, because these systems are pressure sensitive. Yeah, it's quite interesting. What are you doing, mate? Bill H, yes, a lot of debris when the wheels come down. That primarily is the braking systems. When the brakes are applied, there's a lot of brake dust that's expelled, and that has to go somewhere. That's why generally you tend to see that it's the grubbiness, especially on the 777, occurs mainly around the flaps of the jet, because that's the point of airflow, isn't it? Wow, these mics have definitely improved in battery life, I have to say. And then, of course, when the aircraft comes to a stop and all that water runs down, that's what causes the weepy windows and other grubby things. Airfield emergency blues and twos activity going long range around there. Yeah, look how grubby that 380 is. She's a dirty girl, mate. She's a dirty girly. See underneath the doors above. See the escape chutes. Something that has to be regularly serviced and maintained as well during checks. Oh, there's another one. Look. Ethan Main. Yeah, we need to get that door closed. Come on, son. Mind that. What's that? It's not the MD-11, is it? No. Yes, it is FedEx MD-11. Or is it triple? Triple, sorry. Because normally the FedEx MD-11 does go into there, doesn't it? I just caught a sudden glimpse of her. But there you go, off on her way to Stansted. Read all about it. Son, in your own time. I know your eyes are old, your knees are bent, your nose is old and drizzled. Oh! Oh, is that the loadmaster? Is that the loadmaster halfway up the stairs there? Is there someone on the stairs? Or is that just an optic illusion with the heat haze? Still at this time of day, of course. Come on in, bring it on, son. Emirates 777 cruiser to Dublin. Where's that? What's that? Is that the one I just? Oh yeah. No. Oh, is that it there? Is that it there? Sorry about that. Oh, is it? That's a long way off then, isn't it? No. Hello, beautiful. American 777. Got a rogue landing.
Whippy windows.
Could have done that with a Korean. Oh, it's a VIP jet, is it? Screaming Emu, Olympus. We talking about the engines, the Concorde engines. Snecma, I think, were the company that got hold of them. PAB Air Wing 320, Alan Robbins saying thanks, Alan. Poor Charlie walking in and out. Doodaloo, doodaloo, doodaloo. Eddie, yes, you're right. Olympus engines were the power plant for the Vulcan bomber. I think the Snecma, like I say, was the company that got involved with the afterburning system, or at least the afterburners, the type on the Concorde. Rainbow Obsidian. See this quite a lot. Heilbronner, home in Sinsheim, Germany's Concorde and Technical Museum. Oh, interesting. Quite a few of them scattered around, aren't there? Of course, Air France and British Airways. Wow, look at that for a turn, man. Look at that for a turn. Wow, look at that. That's insane. It's like a fire-breathing dragon. Wow, look at that. Just the one, I think. It's a bit of an optical illusion, I think. Cameron Haley is a new member. Welcome, Cameron. Great to see you. Condensation. Really? Blimey. No, surely not. No. No, it's bigger than a 319, I'm sure of it. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, might be it then. Well, heading towards... Interesting. It's the Emirates, is it? Josh Powers. Rainbow Obsidian. Weepy window. Shut that door. maybe fueling her up, I don't know. Can't imagine there's that much fuel going on her. She's not going anywhere, is she, other than France or something? France? Oh, going to Seoul. Oh, okay. She's got a lot of fuel going on her then, that's why. That would be 100 tons at least, I would have thought. Well, if she was empty. Thank you for bringing such an amazing stream. Aviation is spectacular, isn't it? Just. Thank you, Randy Bushbow. Alexandra Wood, good evening. Korean Air is so lovable because it's got soul. Darren Nichols saying she has got soul. Wow, look at that wispy cloud up there. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Very sort of like, let's say, cirrus. I think it's a high cirrus cloud. Some Gibson. Jets all over the gaff. Meanwhile, Dale. Yeah, a lot of people favouring that, liking, should I say, the ETA livery, the new rebranded Alitalia under new management. I think it's the tail that does it for me. Not often you see an airline with the flag carrier, with the flag bearer on the back, on the rudder like that. But I like it. Blix, no super chats here. Oh, that's very kind of you. What was her name? Claire, did you say? Oh, Cameron Haley. Thank you for asking, Cameron, but we don't do super chat here. We just do gifted membership, which is far more rewarding for us, rather than that money just coming to us. We, you know, it's handed out as a membership for somebody, and it's a very humbling thing. Well, yeah. Mikey, I wonder what the most expensive item would have been carried in an airplane in one go, at least not many loads, just one cargo full load. Well, it depends, Mikey, but you know, you could be looking at diamonds, for example. Very rare something or other. Artwork. I keep seeing things, keep looking down there with me old mince pies and thinking that door's closed. Andy P. Cameron Haley has gifted a membership. Thank you, Cameron. Lovely thing to do, mate. Wonderful. Stephen Billings, A300 banger due at 8:32 over Woking in Surrey. Is that him? Is that him? Yeah. Well, I think it is there. That looks like an A300, doesn't it? They might be bringing that in on this runway. I think they will. Oh, Cameron Haley, thank you very much indeed. Great words. Glad I could let someone have the perks alongside us members. Thanks all for such a supportive platform. Yeah, it's great. Aussie loves the long distance shots. Jules Harris. No idea what the reg is on it. Korean, I'm afraid. Hotel Lima 7610. Hotel Lima 7610 is your reg on a Korean 747 freighter. Cow freighter. EK5 A380, 10 minutes out. Kevin Beasley. Come on, girl. Nick Gray, American 777, 12,000. 12,000 feet. Only 12,000 feet. Cruising to the right. Okay, not seeing that. 12,000 feet. American at 12K. Wow. Craig B, due out 8:53. That's what we're thinking. Looks like that. Bombardier or a CS Global or something, or is he going into Farnborough? Is he? Oh, okay. VistaJet Malta. Right, thank you. Everyone's got a few quid, haven't they, eh?
Right for some.
Eater. Calvin Grant, DHL A300, just gone over the top of him. Aldershot. Aldershot. Alan Robbins, ITA, Irish registered. Something to do with the lease company in him, I guess. John Gridham, that BA55 A380, nearly over Toulouse, going to Joe Berg that we caught. DHL A300. That's it, isn't it? Try something quick, folks. Stand by. Just want to see if see how this holds up. So I only switched it when we were looking long range. So is that your 380 long range? Indeed it is. Captain has turned on the seatbelt sign. That's your lot, folks. Sit down. Shut up. Sleeping. Oh. Somebody going up the steps. Somebody going up the steps. Go on, son. Hurry up. Might be the loadmaster. Maybe the very good possibility that crew would have stayed on that aircraft as well, folks. They're likely to be staying on that jet. And that could well be the maybe they have got a loadmaster with them. He's possibly the dispatcher, seeing off that jet. Nick Gray, Qatar 777 on the move to depart. This is it. No, this is which is this Saudi Arabian Airlines, perhaps? We need to cross to this. Sorry about that, because we're going to struggle otherwise. Yeah, there we go. Take one up to the like. Oh, is that 300 gone in on the Northern? In the Northern Rally? Come on, son, shut that down. What a good day. Why would anyone else know? Yeah, it's sort of like, yeah. Big set of engines like that. It's not long for the sound diminishes. Farris, looks windy up there. There's a little bit of a choppiness about it at the moment. I'm just going to do one quick thing here and check my Alan, the plan is once this jumbo goes in about 10-15 minutes, we're thinking, potentially, possibly. Ah, Craig B now 8:58 it's saying. Okay, so a slight delay on it. Well, could run longer and longer. Let's just have a look and see. Well, the door's closed. The steps are away. That's positive, folks. So it looks like we're going to get it. You're gonna get it. See a thing, Fares. Oh, kind of missed that 300, but yeah. Okay. Well, nav lights are on, and just at that point, my mic has decided that it wants to. Oh, yeah, and the battery on that. Not good, mate. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good at all. Stand by. Yeah. Mic switch in 3, 2, 1. Check, check. What? Oh, what? Oh, what? Is she pushing? No. It's just me seeing things. You're bleeding me, you are! It's an outrage! Devilfish. We are indeed devilfish. We are here to finish the day off. Queen of the sky. Weepy wings. Charlie J. Calling all cars, calling all cars. General Electric are, along with all so many different manufacturers creating, jumping into the hybrid era. They're in the throes of developing its very own hybrid electric aircraft testbed. It's actually using an existing platform, an old Saab 340B aircraft. I say old, but it is a relatively old aircraft. In general, I don't know. Maybe no, maybe it's not. I don't know. Yeah, CT7 engine is the hybrid unit, which basically takes hydrogen, mixes it with air, which then converts to electrical power, which is then stored in cells, not prison cells, but in cells within the aircraft. So all of this kind of stuff has to be GE Aerospace are developing an integrated megawatt class hybrid electric propulsion system for ground and flight tests in the middle of this decade. So 2050, wow, it's still a long way off, isn't it? I think the manufacturers may well be a little bit ahead of them there. Come on, girl, let's be having you. Get you going up in this beautiful night sky. Come on, mate. Let's be having you. Oh, the lights just come on around here. Bit glary. I don't think it's made any difference to the picture. I think it has. Come on, girl. TCC, someone was saying how impossible hydrogen-powered planes will be. He's someone who always makes so-and-so videos. Okay. Yes. Someone was saying how impossible hydrogen-powered planes. Well, they're not hydrogen-powered, are they? They're not hydrogen-powered. They're powered by electricity, which is created by the formation of electricity by way of mixing hydrogen and air. So hydrogen is the liquid form, which is carried in the tanks, much like the Jet A1 is in its place. And then of course you have also the fuel cells that are on board the aircraft as well, which are charged by the hydrogen being mixed with the air, which is free of charge, of course, and that's it. Simple as that. Creates electricity, which in turn turns the prop. In simple terms, there we go. FedEx MD-11 going to pass southeast to northeast near Woking, 32,000 feet. Might see it. Well, I might hear it. Get a little glimpse of its lights or something, but oh, is that foxes? Foxes having a fight, or are they having sexy time? Oh, they're there. They're here. They're here. Wow, look at just wandering through the parking lot. Okay, beacons are on. Here we go. Beacons are on. We are imminent for pushback, folks. Sotty UK, then we just have to stop hydrogen protesters. And of course all the aliens that brought it. The spaceships and the... I don't like the word hate. I'm not a big fan of the word hate. See how far we're going to be able to follow that jumbo out. Very far by the looks of it. Anyway, she's going to China, isn't she? So she's going to go left, I would have thought. She's pushing. Is she pushing? Come on, girl. You can do it. You can do it. Stop. Oh yeah. He's going to get out, but he's going to get out before 7:47. That's for sure. It's a Cafe 350, isn't it? She was noisy, man. Also got joining this this group here, folks. Is that 380? Is that just come in, that Emirates 380? I think it has, isn't it? Well, there's another one pushing back, so. Got the tail all lit up, look. See at the end of the horizontal stabilizers, so actually halfway down the horizontal stabilizers by the looks of it on the 777. The tail illuminators, I guess you call them that. Okay, we have an empty spot, but we have a jumbo jet. Powered by Gen X. General Electric. Supermaster. Right pair of lungs indeed she did. Did Stu? We're losing light very rapidly, so poor old camera's struggling. Aren't you, old mate? Yes, I know. I know. You haven't had any dinner all day, have you? Poor thing. Wow, listen to this old thing. Yeah. Who's going to make it out first? The Queen or the 380? TCC, great sound. I can't wait to hear the 747 take off at the volume I have my TV on. Hopefully my neighbours are on holiday for a while. Yes, 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 yes. We cannot be responsible for any neighbourly disputes, by the way, folks. She's only 11 years old, this 747. Jumbo's not moving yet. It's going to be a rush to the line, isn't it? A race to the line, even. Yeah, she has got a bit of a head start. Yes. Sugana. Simone BA 777 was going to London Gatwick. Wow. That's why it was so high. Wow, yeah. Thanks, Sue. Freddie, I'm loving the evening shots with all the lights. Well, it's a race against the light now. Who's going to get there first? Sniper, I saw a 300 yard land from Cardiff when I was in London. I've gone into Gatwick at one point and saw a 300. I think the 380's moving, isn't she? She's moving, isn't she? Indeed she is. Declan Donan, thank you. Calvin Grant, I think it's shorter on Sierra down to 0.9 threshold. Yes, but let's just have a little look. 747 still not moving. The map is in the app. Nick Gray's right, you know. The map is indeed in the app. We put it up for you folks so that you can see where our position, our location is. Oh, look, he's having a right old go, look. We can beat him, we can beat him. Kaylee White, what does derated takeoff mean? Derated basically, Kaylee, means when it's the equivalent of having your foot halfway down on the throttle of your car. A derated departure is reducing the amount of power that you're feeding into the engines, or the amount of power that you're calling on from the engines. Oh, he's on the move. He's still got to make a left turn, go through the chicane on Sierra. That 747. What's that, GP? The gangs of Heathrow. It's going to be I think it's going to be, I think they're going to sort of like meet nose to nose, aren't they? Chipaz 1919, King versus the Queen. Don't call it the King myself. If people want to call it the King, more than welcome to. I think the royalty is reserved purely for the Boeing 747 and always will be in my eyes. But look, if over time people, if they use the King, then fair enough. If they want to, they can. Of course, we've had to get used to now having a king and not a queen. Yeah. Okay, he's all the way down Sierra already, that Korean jet. Don't start me on that. Gutted when I couldn't watch that. Gutted. Flipping it. I knew it. I just knew it. As I was scrolling into it and navigating around it, I was like, I know what's going to happen here. Why are you even bothering, Jerry, man? You know what's going to happen here. Not available on your device, or try again later, or something stupid like that. Mind that. Thank you, Helen. Nick Gray, very true. What's this? D-Stew. Anna Robbins, 767 overhead. Yeah, I'm going to see it. What was scary? What was that? Still taxiing down Sierra, the Korean jet. Blimey. Scotty 2, flipping heck. Wake up, son! It's been open for over a year now, Terminal 4. And then again, I haven't seen Scotty 2 on the feed for some time, so who knows, he may have... Oh, is he? Has been hibernating. Is that a KLM jet? Or is that the 747 long range? It is the 747 long range, isn't it? Yes, of course it is. So this is what we're going to get, folks. A dark and moody shot. He's got a light out, hasn't he? Fail his MOT, that one. £15 light. Okay, little BA jet lining up first. DC-3, the Queen Mother. Eve Hoskin. Devilfish 380 could be held up by the intersecting takeoff. Yes, I think that's the one that's coming out now, possibly. Mikey, good night. We're not going for a little. We're not going. Be very much longer, Mikey. We're not going to be very much longer, I was going to say. So you might want to hang around for the jumbo. Thank you, Tristan Warrillow. Jenny McDermott, Heathrow is stunning. All lit up. Oh. Craig B, 747, second to depart. Well, that's one going over the top of us in a moment now. I've got another intersect, yes. What's that? Brian Stewart should be some good backlighting for the crew. I think the 380 is gonna possibly go first. I don't know. Is the jumbo moving? I think she's moving, isn't she? Yeah, she's creeping forward ever so slightly. Sam the man, 747 just got clearance to line up. There we go. Here she comes. Declan Dunn, 380 to your right. Good luck with seeing that. Just be a big hulk of a shadow there, wouldn't there? One James Green, 129 right. There we go. Here it comes. Oh, GN man. We're going, GN man. Thanks, but no thanks. Sorry, mate. Have I missed anything? Well, how many hours? They had a good show. Had a good show. 6 hours and 9 minutes. Make that 6 hours and probably 12 minutes. Yeah, by the time this thing launches itself off of 09 right. Thank you everybody for your company today. It's been great. Because we're really struggling with the light now. She's rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of the Skies. She's heavy. She's going to China, so she should run long. Surprised I didn't put the twin sparkly ping lights on the tail of the 747-8, and she's gone right. I thought she was going to go left, but it is kind of that routing anyway. Lined up, GP. Okay, folks. Look after yourselves. Thank you so much. It has been great. Back on Sunday. Where we will be, we don't know, but we'll give you an update on the new position tomorrow as well, folks, via the app and also via Twitter and our other socials. So look after yourselves. Thank you very much. And it's been great again, as it always is. Thank you to everybody who's joined in. And the great chat that we have. Thanks, folks. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye. Saran, GP. Saran wrap.